That's 21. I got nothing, Sean.
Well, we'll go ahead. Check the GOA. I'll show you the side. Okay.
X-ray 62 status. For 10-4. 13. Incoming 52. Doors. Everything secure. Hold me 10-8. Silver. 300 East Quarter. Gonna be Charles George, 1A131, CG 1A131. The black Chevy. Danger, can you return on Charles George 18131? He's a flat tire. That goes back to a gray 2016 Kia sedan. To a Davion Hunter out of Chicago. 27 is valid, 29 is clear. 18131, CS 18131. 006 14006. You're now back to the village. Super. Your return on Charles Sam 18131. Negative, I think I gave you the wrong one initially. Over. Yeah, come 13. Can I have a duty bill? It's gonna be owner's request.
Central.
Can't count 548, tracks up.
Hey God, turn the heat up. Turn the water valve up.
We're turning on to 5th Avenue from Kennedy Drive.
Burn the hell out of these demons.
Victor,
and blood
5'8".
the fuck out.
8584. Victor 5'8", 8584. It's on a gray Nissan Rogue. Occupants unknown. To the insert circle.
Searching.
You want a local check on Lobel Franklin. Pictures 999.
10% Lavelle Franklin.
Double. Looks like he's between about 25 and 35.
Scorched earth on you.
10-4.
Couple of us in service. Double. Can't count 548. One by name, date of birth out of Florida. Last name spelling, George Adam, Zebra Adam. First name is Sheila. Middle name is going to be Ann. Adam Nora Edward. Date of birth is 11/05/64. 11/05/64, female.
Yeah, you guys know how
Been
to
was 11:02:98. Comes back cleared, suspended.
10-4. Same gun.
We love human traffic minorities around.
Robert 6, Delta.
For Robert 6.
10-4. We're not today.
We got a call again from 1775 East Cedar, apartment 9 for removal. 1017 says Terrence Jones never left, still banging and ringing her doorbell.
7-4. Robert 5, 7-4.
And for Robert 5.
Tell your fucking demon human traffickers that I got them recorded 24/7. Every fucking demon that spoke for the last 2 months has been recorded. Tell your fucking demon human traffickers that I got them recorded 24/7.
South Kankakee.
We are archiving your human trafficking.
From security at CVS at 225 West Court Street for a walkthrough. Key holders on scene.
10-4, 23.
10-4.
What the fuck does ACAB stand for, motherfucker?
Okay, 11 on scene.
10-4 killer.
Robert 502.
10 for Robert 5.
I bet you everything I own in my life that some of you that fucking committed voter fraud and kankakee are gonna swing, baby, for treason, colluding with China. Stupid motherfucker. I bet you everything I own in my life that some of you that fucking committed voter fraud and kankakee are gonna swing, baby, for treason, colluding with China. Colluding with China to overthrow America is high treason. Is high treason. Swing, baby, swing.
Yeah, down to 12. You'll be fine.
Swing, baby, swing. You know what the fucking light post is for at the front of the courthouse, right? Are the fucking light posts closest to the fucking courthouse. You know what it's for, right?
Units with a disabled vehicle status.
South. Or he's been removed.
4.
11-speed train is back in service for now.
4.
I'm 10-4. I'll be clear with 2 citations issued.
Your dirty demons will still be rubbing the skin off your assholes and chafing your fucking balls. These nuts, motherfucker. Comfortable and numb.
Status.
We're waiting for low freeze.
Just waiting to fucking steal a car. Oh, that one's dead. But they're still gonna steal it. Motherfucker had to call the police for help. It's fucked. Push the shit out the way. Let's just
Charles Short Play.
Nobody said I couldn't go out and fucking play with the motherfucker. But if I'm playing with other people. And my motherfucking insurance didn't say I couldn't go out and play. Too considering, I can't even say the fucking word. Consulting. Damn it. New boss is the same as the old boss. The new boss is the same as the old boss. Yeah, you can still get airborne north of Skyler. Dude, why'd you have to fuck with this shit? If there's other spots you can get airborne, so fuck you. Have you ever left the earth in a vehicle?
Okay.
The scenes they're gonna burn your fucking asshole out. They're gonna turn you into fucking pussy. You didn't think I could create a fucking army, did you? Stupid fucking target you. Nice laugh, nice cough, nice crack in the back. Love it when it picks the bottom of that foot when it coughs. At least it's not fucking crack or cocaine or fucking that. Just a little bit of weed. The smiling motherfucker looks like he was probably. But they've been frogged on the cross. Widow. Not Black Widow. Widow away. In other words, cars. Your ass is too widow to understand. Sexy. With my 48.
Came from 1310A, 437.
10-4.
Dude, I'm at this checkpoint. You know what the fuck? You know what the fuck? Not. Check out what I got. Dude, I'm at this checkpoint. You know what the fuck? You know what the fuck? Check out what I got. Dude, I'm at this checkpoint. You know what the fuck? You know what the fuck? Check out what I got. Dude, I'm at this checkpoint. You know what the fuck? You know what the fuck? You're going to be invaded by little green men. Frog shoots, motherfucker. Frogman. The frogman.
Seven Kickoff.
Good.
Removal, 1120 West Walnut Street. 1017 states that Haywood Booker is there trying to break in, ringing the doorbell.
Taking Rex 29. Can you see if cities can 1060 with 57?
TV unit available to 1060 West County, 1120 West Walnut, 1120 West Walnut. The Haywood Booker there trying to pry off the door.
Same point. 2112. 21.
I think I'm out of 141.
It's too good to be true. I can't take my eyes off you.
67 on 10. Far.
It's too good to be true. Motherfuckers got something to say. You can't express yourself with other motherfuckers. These motherfuckers can suck on a fart.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You feel like heaven. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, God knows the lies.
21 Centric.
Yeah, for 21.
Just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. High in the way that I stand, there's nothing else to compare. The sight of you keeps me loose. There are no words that can speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you. You feel like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived. I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off you.
Thank you, I'm 542.
10-4-5, still here in service.
At YouBreak iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed every step of the way.
528.
Our trained technicians are equipped with the knowledge to get your device back up and running.
What's up? And 4528 in service west there.
Refugee camp, conspiracy theory, why? Yeah, why? You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You be like heaven to touch.
That's 57, you said?
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You be like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived. I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Pardon the way that I stand. There's nothing else to compare. The sight of you keeps me weak. There are no words to speak. But if you feel like I feel, please let me know that it's real. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes.
Thank God, 21 myself, full best.
Number.
You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You be like heaven to touch. I will hold you so much. At long last, love has
Yeah,
arrived.
that's 706, 21.
I thank God I'm alive. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you.
402. W741 404 42. Yeah.
Let me love you.
so can't come.
Five four.
Pending call, repo, not in progress. 1371 Lennington Circle. Owners is not aware. 2004 Honda Santa Fe.
Yeah, four. Tax 57, we're checking your status.
Tower.
Can't count 714 for you.
It actually pisses me off. Cop stops teen who ran to elderly woman. When a teen ran up to an elderly woman in the rain, he had no idea that a police officer was watching his every move. The minute he crossed the parking lot toward his ride, the cop stopped him. At first, the driver thought it was a big misunderstanding, but it quickly became clear the cop knew exactly what he was doing. Officer Joe Holt with the Independence Police Department in Independence, Missouri, was sitting in his cruiser in a local grocery store parking lot during this. I mean, I teared up a little bit. I'm a parent as well. So, I told her that I was very impressed with him and that he should be proud, Holt said. The officer later decided that he wanted to reunite with the young man. I'm touched by this kid, he admitted. I know the chances of us reaching his mom is slim, but kid, you impressed me, Holt posted on social media, hoping to reach the boy. I experienced something that actually set me back a little. It didn't set me back because I was shocked, but because I got to witness it firsthand, he wrote. With all the hate, fueled by
Scalding hot beach, eating out in cold refreshment. That's chill.
B17, the vitamin that kills cancer, and the government has it outlawed.
I'm a B-17 crewman as you navigate the skies in this battle-ready hoodie from Simple History. Support the show by clicking the link in the description to grab our latest design.
Who is your true enemy?
Limited time only. B-17 ball turret gunner. Dangerous jobs in history. World War II. The B-17 Flying Fortress was one of the most formidable aircraft of World War II. This mighty strategic bomber largely contributed to crippling the German war industry by delivering more than a third of all bombs dropped on German soil during the war. Besides its great bombing potential, the B-17 was equipped with so many defensive machine gun emplacements that it really looked like a flying fortress. However, the fortress did not provide enough protection for the crew inside. Flying a B-17 was a very risky job since they were huge, slow, and therefore easy targets for enemy aircraft and anti-aircraft defenses, who always marked them as primary targets. If the plane was hit, there was little chance that all of the 10-man crew could bail out. This was primarily the reason for the high casualty rates of bomber crews during the war. Out of the entire crew, the most endangered were the machine gunners housed in overexposed emplacements. One emplacement in particular carried the greatest risk, the position of the underbelly ball turret gunner. Ball turrets were originally not part of the B-17's defense system. In the beginning, the bottom of the bomber was protected by a remote-controlled version, which was quite a complex and troublesome system. Only from the 113th aircraft onwards did Boeing engineers begin to install the much better Sperry ball turret. The Sperry ball turret was a remarkably good, practical design. It was a spherical chamber made of aluminum and plexiglass attached to the fuselage at the aft section. Manned and electrically operated, the turret moved very quickly. It could revolve a full 360 degrees and pitch down to a 90-degree angle. With such features, it covered the entire area below the aircraft. It was attached to the fuselage by a shaft with a hydraulic pump that allowed it to retract into the aircraft. This was done in case of an emergency landing without using the landing gear. The B-17's ball turret was armed with two 50 caliber AN M2 Browning machine guns firing 700 to 850 rounds per minute. Each machine gun was belt-fed from two ammo boxes placed inside the fuselage. The turret may have been well designed, but was claustrophobic at only 4 feet in diameter. Inside there were two hand controls for turning and pitching, both with electrical firing buttons. There was also a seat, a computing K4 gun sight, and a set of ancillary equipment. The dimensions of the turret required a gunner of very small stature. Even then, the only way to fit inside was to curl up in the fetal position. The gunner was in such a position that he had to aim through the sight between his knees. In this highly uncomfortable position, the gunner used both his hands to control the movement of the turret and feet to adjust the sight. Spending hours in this position at very low temperatures was difficult as it was, on top of the task of swiveling around in combat and focusing on shooting enemy aircraft. It took a lot of guts to get the turret and face the enemy in the skies. Entering the weapons system was conducted from inside the aircraft. The entry hatch was positioned opposite the machine.
Can you create me a new call for a follow-up? It'll be in reference to incident 19563.
It was never made
19563.
landings for safety reasons.
Try and
Only
collect
when
some
the
paperwork.
aircraft was in the air. Even then, the gunner had to be careful. Entering the turret consisted of several predefined steps.
Incident number for me one more time.
Orders, it led to injuries and even fatal
Airport,
accidents.
it's 19563.
Outside the turret, the gunner was completely exposed to fire,
19563.
especially since most of the fire was coming from below. Fighter planes attacking the bomber preferred doing it from below, as this section of the bomber was at least protected. Additionally, anti-aircraft fire was also coming from below. The shell of the turret was made of aluminum and plexiglass and provided absolutely no protection against machine gun ammunition and anti-aircraft grenade shrapnel. In combat, if the turret mechanism was hit, it would be disabled, unable to turn or be retracted. This meant that the gunner would be trapped inside. In cases when the plane was forced into a belly landing, the ball turret suffered complete destruction, leaving the gunner absolutely no chance of surviving. Even during standard landings, it was risky for gunners to stay inside the turret. Of the entire crew, the ball turret gunner was the only one that didn't carry a parachute on his body or by his side. This was simply because there was no room for it. The gunner's parachute was held right beside the entry hatch inside the fuselage. To reach it, the gunner had to leave the turret. For this operation, he needed a substantial amount of time with the help of another crewman, since exiting was as complicated as the entry. Needless to say, casualties among ball turret gunners were high. The risk of their job was portrayed in a poem written by Randall Jarrell, The Death of the Ball Turret Gunner. 6 miles from Earth, loosed from its dream of life, I woke the back flak from the nightmare fighters. When I died, they washed me out of the turret with a hose.
At Fever Tree, we never compromise by using artificial sweeteners or colours. We travel the earth to find the highest quality, naturally sourced ingredients for our ginger ales, ginger beers, and tonic waters. Fever Tree, mix with the best.
I'm still on board. 10:46.
Vladimir Putin gives them the doomsday airplane. But it's not really an airplane. It's a fucking nuclear powered submarine.
Can't count 548.
548.
Of the nuclear powered submarine.
There's no answer at the door.
It's going to be
548.
in the cabin, and they'll have attachments that attach to it for lift off. And everything is going to be sealed off with aquamarine and aerospace. Then the cabin pressure and all of the components will be spec for deep sea diving. So you'll have your armor, your power will be powered by steam from a nuclear engine. And you'll have substations for the components.
First shift K10.
Go ahead.
Now it's St. Mary's shift detail.
10-4.
Can't connect 57. Good. Address, and there it is. Just dropped off. I'm gonna be clear. Yeah.
never read the book of Enoch or taken the oath to be a minister. You know not what you say. Specifications. We all know Antifa and the FBI were the aggressive. The Patriots were telling them to stand off. Your innocent police murdered a woman. And your demon mother, you king. Reply under me, you little fucking demon. Get you real fucking name. play RPG IRL? Your mama is probably an inbred demon, dude. That shit going on under their fucking eye.
Yeah, got 548, 1042.
548.
Yeah, got 549, 507.
4549. I'm 7. 514.
IG, we empower you to follow your own path. Don't be the red sheep. With up to 20% lower spreads on your US dollar, IG gives you the confidence to trade it in months notice. Are you the red sheep?
A message from Amival, a preventive treatment for migraine in adults. A lot happens in a month, all worth showing up for.
Don't need a mask. The mask is about compliance because they know Canadians like to do what they're told. So they tell you have to wear a mask. Next, they're going to tell you have to contact trace. Then they're going to tell you have to take the vaccine. And because Canadians like to do what they're told, they're hoping that everyone just complies. And then guess what, kids? Once you take your vaccine, like a dumb person that doesn't know any better, they're going to tell you, sorry, the vaccine isn't as effective as we thought it was going to be. So now you still got to wear your mask, still got to get contact trace, still have all the restrictions and social distancing, and still take your vaccine. And then what did you get out of all of this? You got a whole year where you weren't allowed to travel, your business was closed, they took your rights and freedoms, they forced a vaccine on you, and what happened? The same amount of people died, everything is the exact same, and now they're going to put you back on lockdown and bring it all the way till July of next year so they can do the same thing again. Bring you from July, August, and September, getting you off lockdown, but just to bring you back on lockdown again. If you idiots haven't figured it out yet, it's a perpetual cycle that you never get out of. And it's a way to take your rights, your freedoms, close your business, take your wealth. Why? So you become dependent on government. Why? If you're independent, the government works for you like it's supposed to. If you depend on the government to give you a paycheck to feed your family every month because they closed your business on you, now the government doesn't work for you, the government rules you. So instead of a middle class, we have the government, upper class, and the lower class dependents that rely on the government to survive. In other words, we have a slave class. And that's what they're trying to do. It's that simple.
There is an invasion of witchcraft into the Bible-believing, born-again church of God. Not because the ministers of the churches want witchcraft, not because the Christians who are blood-washed and spirit-filled want witchcraft, but because witchcraft, wizards and witches, partaking of Satan's nature, are extremely deceptive. And the Bible warns us that on occasion we should not be surprised if they make an entry and come disguised as messengers of light. I'm saying these things to make you look suspiciously or to look askance at every gospel preacher you meet or listen to. But I am saying these things to let you know what the Bible tells, that witchcraft can be introduced through deception into the truth of the living God, and that ministers and sincere Christians need to know how to recognize it. A few years ago, I attended a large gospel service in the largest theater auditorium in the city of Los Angeles. A number of well-known religious leaders were present, including full gospel evangelists. And one of them got up to take an offering. And lo, I was surprised to find that unbeknownst to the other ministers and unbeknownst to that fine congregation of Christians, witchcraft was being injected and introduced.
Howdy, Patriots. Hope you've been well. I've missed you guys. I hope you've missed me too. And this is Magic Videos of Magic Eyes, digging while normally sleep. Now, I've got something very special for you here today. I've got two videos that I'm going to release at the same time. This is the first one, and it is the video number 99 on this channel. So, as you know, I've been reading the Principle of War, and both of the videos are going to be about the first one.
Who's the fucking dirty demon that gives you communion? I want to know that fucking demon's name, dude, so I can tell God.
Chapter 18, and in between each segment, so I found so much stuff in this that I realized I needed to take my time to look at this video and spend a lot of time on videos and making these graphics that actually so this video that I was making was one of the previous videos and visualizing segments. So the next video shows the actual graphics of the post and how they connect to the massive link. And it took me a while to make. But if you like this video, definitely watch the next one. And hopefully it'll be a good review. Really interesting that what I did here was try to visualize and I see more of this sort of thing.
Who is the dirty demon that gives him communion?
The military interrupted the 61 point to destroy they say we have to try three elections. It was a completely different election. So the first one in 2016, Patriot Center from 100 elections in October. So he's what's known as a sovereign power in Nigeria. And nobody wants to change the election. And rather, his administration is occupying power according to the law of war. And nothing's going to happen until so we have POTUS, President of the United States, is Commander-in-Chief of the military, and the military is under the command of the Commander-in-Chief. And what I think is going to happen is that the military is going to remove the Biden administration from power, and there'll be a storm, and after that there will be a flow of first contact, and justified doing that. What's going to happen is that they will fix the election in time a long way away. But, for example, information saying the military should rerun the election, but they don't fix the election system. So what the military is going to do, I think, is fix the actual election system in time for the next election.
48, 1041.
Since it's 10 years away, it means there's going to be martial law in place for 7 years in America. Well, after that happens, then you basically change the law. So when we look at the drops, right, Patriot 17 gives out this information because the enemy is also reading the post. When we reflect it in a mirror, we get truth. So the disinformation is us thinking that these numbers 11.3, 11.4, and 11.6, as well as 11.11 and 2 others, people thought that they were dates. And some of them do connect to dates, like November 3rd is 11.3, but they're not primarily dates. The middle were. They were chapter numbers in the Law of War manual, which you can see on the left here. It's a screen cover. And you can see this is, for example, chapter 11, which is one of the main ones, how they are corresponding to these chapters in the Law of War manual 11.3, 4, 6, and 11. So when we reflect the disinformation of the post into the mirror, you get the truth, meaning these numbers were chapters in the Law of War manual. And basically, Patriot 17 was communicating the plan with plausible deniability when reflected in the mirror. They say, while difficult, it is important to understand this must be done by the book. So it's initially being done by the book. It's mainly by the Department of Defense Law of War Manual, which is military law about war. And 11.3 is an example of multi-layers, how it was the same date as the 2020 election, and that was when Saudi Arabia arrest happened in 2017, although they were ahead about a day in America. So I think for them it was November 4th. It was also 11.3, the same numbers as November 3rd. So basically, when the military removes the Biden administration from power, that's going to be the 11.3 marker, because what 11.3 is in the Law of War Manual is end of occupation, which means it would be the end of the occupying power's time in office, basically. And that's what this chapter means, right? And duration of Geneva Convention obligations. So as I said here, When the military removes the Biden admin, it will fulfill the 11.3 marker. Think about it logically, the only way is the military fully control, save, and spread. Once 11.3 verifies this first marker, biggest advance drop on poll. So plus 26. 11.3 is an event, not a date. It is 11.3, end of occupation, and duration of GC obligations from Chapter 11, military occupation of the World War. So that marker 11.3 was never meant to mean this is going to happen on November 3rd, but that whenever it does happen, which we don't know when it does happen, that is the first marker for the storm, and proof will begin from that point onwards. The military will give proof. And they're going to do that by what's called reprisals in the law of war. That's chapter 18.18. And you can see there, reprisals are extreme measures of coercion used to help enforce the law of war by seeking to persuade an adversary to cease violations. States may resort to reprisals only when certain conditions are met. In addition, there are certain treaty prohibitions on reprisal, and practical considerations may counsel against their use. Definition of reprisal. Reprisals are acts taken against a party that would otherwise be unlawful in order to persuade that party to cease violating the law of war. So the military can essentially break the law temporarily to remove the occupying power, which is the Biden administration. Not just Biden as a president, not merely arresting him and letting the presidency pass down the presidential line of succession, as it's called, to the vice president and the speaker of House and all these other people, but the whole administration. So having Biden in power doesn't save the deep state from what's going to happen. It's actually the means for the military to take over the government and conduct mass arrests and military tribunals. So it was a trap. Moving Trump was a trap because it's enabling the military the legal basis for doing reprisals, aka takeover of the government and declaring martial law. So just read out what summary there were at the top. Summary of the plan. We see all, we hear all. China unleashes a biological weapon of mass destruction on the world, targeting the 2020 US election. Primary objective of the virus is to unseat President Trump, 45, and install a new puppet, President Biden, 46. The inauguration of POTUS 46 puts the White House, located in Washington, D.C., is in the state under foreign occupation. That's by China, Chinese military. The plan was to let this happen in order for the U.S. military to be able to intervene and remove the entire Biden administration from power. Trump was a bait, was a trap. The military declares martial law and then conducts mass arrests and military tribunals for treason and war crimes against POTUS 45. Majestic 12 performs first contact via a newly formed Space Force. The world is about to change. Trap was Trump running for a second term, but not changing the broken and corrupt U.S. election system, rigged, so the goal is to change that for 2024. This gave the deep state the opportunity to jack the 2020 election from Trump by using China as their arm. This gives the U.S. military the legal premise for taking over the entire government due to violations of the law of war by their administration, by POTUS 46. This scenario could see America being under martial law for multiple years. The military would fix the broken and corrupt election system in time for the 2024 presidential election, which they would oversee themselves. That's my theory, guys. That doesn't mean everything I say is right, but it's what I think is going to happen if you ask me, according to my own analysis. But I don't put any money on it or anything. I don't put bets. So, got here, it's kind of like another graphic. This is a snare trap, a metal snare trap that animals step into with their foot.
According to leading industry sources, grocery stores across the United States are worried about food shortages. Expert
CANCOM 602. Good. I'll be on ship, Evan. Good. I'll be on ship, Evan. Good. I'll be on ship, Evan. Yeah, go. What, 15 officers?
15.
Gang next to wine truck, so. It'll be the northbound on-ramp, I-57, right at Route 50 here. It's a 315, 322, 3579 B-Boy, 322, 3579 B-Boy. It's a navy blue Ford F-150. F-150, episode.
I've kind of been searching for the truth my whole life. And one time I just came across a video that was about Biden and Kamala Harris and Clinton and Obama. They are Satan worshipers, Satanists. They're Satan worshipers, 100%. And I couldn't wait to tell my family. And they just go, they just said, you're crazy. Trump's the worst.
How does that make you feel?
Sad, I cry all the time. But I just keep praying. That's all I do. I just keep praying and asking God to open their eyes. I have a beautiful family. They're just blind.
Which family member do you miss the most?
Probably my baby sister. I told her we're in a spiritual warfare. This is between good and evil, and she rolled her eyes.
What was her name?
Meg. We go and have wine together and lunch together. It's calm.
You wish you had never stumbled upon.
Once you learn, you don't turn back. I know what God wants of us and what Jesus wants, and it's what Trump wants, and it's what the Patriots want. I would never turn back, no matter how many of my family I lose.
Where we going? We go up!
God, Jehovah, you are the Most High God. You are the Most High.
I have been censored 3 times, disabled, permanently disabled on Facebook. Censored, permanently suspended. They don't like my Q flag. They don't like my Q mobile, and they sure the hell don't like me in my Q Patriot costume.
Where we go one, we go all. I don't even say the M word anymore, right? What? The M word. It's a dirty word. It's now I have my own words instead of the words that I know the algorithms are going to shut me down.
You tell us what words you use for which. We're not going to shut you down.
Mask, the face diaper, vaccine, the jokey pokey, and election fraud. The obvious fraud. See, people don't understand everything that we've learned from day one has been a lie. We never were on the moon. I don't think the Hitler situation is as bad as they said it was either. That was the Rothschilds, that was the Rockefellers. Those are naughty words in social media. I got banned forever on Facebook.
You're watching Channel 5.
After a hectic few weeks on the road, covering events like the Pickup Artist Boot Camp in Las Vegas,
America is back open, baby. It's makeout time.
and creating my first solo documentary about 2 twins in Marin City, California.
We've been everywhere and on every bitch.
I decided to dive back into the world of right-wing politics. That's when I discovered the God and Country Patriot Roundup, a 3-day event in Dallas which cost $3,000, not including a stay at the Omni Hotel in Dallas, which cost an additional $1,000. What I found there was a couple hundred patriots with one thing in common.
I've been banned from Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. This is Joe Biden's daughter's diary. I used to make videos like reading it out loud.
I've lost 2 YouTube channels, 3 Twitters, and 4 Facebooks. Every time it's like, oh, yes, winning. The so-called Pizzagate conspiracy theory.
Well, first of all, I had like 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. The last couple of videos I did were all about the Hunter Biden laptop issue. Within 48 hours of putting those out, they just deleted my channel right away. And then within 2 weeks of that, I was deleted off of Twitter as well.
Yes, we were recently kicked off Twitter because of a confrontation I did with the VP of Integrity at Facebook.
If we weren't making a difference, if it wasn't that important, why would they spend so much effort and energy into it?
I mean, all of Silicon Valley is like run by the Chinese, so.
We're in war. It's no different than what they were doing to the Jews and different things. They silence them. They're just doing it through social media and electronically now.
It's a war of the minds. It's psychological, right? It's emotional. It's mental. It's actually worse than having bullets and missiles.
The only real difference between woke supremacists and the Nazi supremacists, the white supremacists, the Old South, is the technology available to them. They don't need to put the Jews, the other, into ghettos because they can now electronically ghettoize us. They, in fact, this Jew is electronically ghettoized. They have removed my voice from the community. I am endlessly being
1016, 377 West Adams.
And again, it serves exactly the same purpose as Stalin's gulags. They want people wake up. It's pretty ridiculous to be outraged by a misgendered toy plastic potato. It's pretty ridiculous to be outraged by the shape of a syrup jar shaped in the design of a beloved black ant.
Talking about Mr. Potato Head and Aunt Jemima.
It is ludicrous to be outraged by a drawing in a 70-year-old children's book of a hard-working Asian man that was somewhat cartoonish. Because you know what? You know why it was cartoonish? Because it was a cartoon.
Well, it sucks, but that's why we fight.
And now what we've done is, between President Trump and people like Q and podcasts like myself, we had a voice. We are the news now. When people want to know the truth, where do they go?
Alternative platforms like Rumble, BitChute, DLive, Twitch, Foxhole, Hill, CloudHub, PureSocial.tv.
I use Telegram. I love Telegram. I have a great.
I do a lot of stuff in the community, in the streets. I go stand at squares on both sides for the kids. Operation 1009, Save Our Children, and human trafficking.
We have to return to the oldest technology of all, which is one-on-one conversation.
Everyone at this event is pretty much deplatformed there, so I guess this is kind of like the way for them to network, hang out, figure out what's next. How you doing?
Big fan, bro.
Hell yeah, dog. What's on your mind?
I just met a group. They're called like Down for the Revote or something, and they're like doing a Justice for Prince thing. They think like a few days before Prince was gonna die, he was gonna out Hillary Clinton on like eating and raping children.
Let's go find them. Hey, how you doing? No one in the whole universe will ever compare.
Prince was murdered, and we absolutely have already proven it by mathematical standards. Prince had been exposing things about deep state, Illuminati, cabal. I call it the Worldwide Communist Network. And I think we all know that when you do things like that and you use your celebrityism and your platform to speak these truths that are not allowed, right, by the one-eyed crew, then we get hit.
I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Chester Bennington is the lead singer of Linkin Park. He and Chris Cornell were going to expose Hillary Clinton's pedophilia. Jeffrey Epstein was essential in facilitating quite a lot of this. He is responsible for the murder of multiple people, including Nipsey Hussle. What? Yes. Nipsey Hussle is one of my spirit guides, and I've just worked with his energy and guidance since his death.
Where do you get your news from?
From divine source, from God. We are a prophetic justice ministry.
I do not watch TV. I don't watch truthers. I don't watch the internet. I do not really even read books. I've channeled all of my life. I've always his voice, and my accuracy is constantly at 99 to 100%.
We're not part of the Q movement. We align with some of the things that Q has said. We really came out to just network with his.
You like how I got Cartoon Network banned from our fucking TVs? Dude, that's funny as fuck.
You like how I got Cartoon Network banned from our fucking TVs?
611.
They took Cartoon Network off my TV.
Can't come 602 dealt with them. So.
You've never seen anything like this for fat loss. There's a new powerful fat loss solution that's helping men and women.
Ground rules so that everyone understands them. And if people violate them, understand that you're violating the rules and you're going to be moderated just like anyone else. All right? Ladies and... Oh, hold on. Woo! I felt that one coming. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the owner and operator of this stream. This stream is my place of business as well as a cool hangout session that I have with you guys every single day. All right. It's my responsibility to make sure that the stream is running properly. It's my responsibility to make sure that the stream is moderated properly. It's also my responsibility to make sure that this operates as a place of business and that I basically have enough support to keep going. I want to repeat that. It's my responsibility to do that. It is not anyone else's responsibility whatsoever.
I mean, I'm probably going to watch for like an hour, so.
I've kind of been searching for the truth my whole life. And one time I just came across a video that was about Biden and Kamala Harris and Clinton and Obama. They are Satan worshippers. Satanists. They're
Right.
Satan worshippers, 100%. And
That's
I
right.
couldn't wait to tell my family. And they just go, they just said, you're crazy. Trump's the worst.
How does that make you feel?
Sad, I cry all the time. But I just keep praying. That's all I do. I just keep praying and asking God to open up their eyes. I have a beautiful family. They're just blind.
Which family member do you miss the most?
Probably my baby sister. I told her we're in a spiritual warfare. This is between good and evil, and she.
А в Италии
There you go, maybe I'll 65, they're gonna be around.
так называемые зеленые пропуска, в которых фиксируются прививки от ковида и иммунный статус.
Number 65, okay, we have your route for the Terrace, King Charles 7.
Посещение общественных мест окажется под запретом. Недовольные жители Рима вышли на улицы, требуя отменить нововведение.
Number 65, just for information, the patient is a James Mitchell. He's calling in for himself. We're going to try to contact
Инициатор
them.
акции группа рестораторов, недовольных ограничениями на работу заведений. Им присоединились несколько сотен горожан, в основном из числа антипрививочников и так называемых ковид-диссидентов. Демонстранты возмущены навязыванием вакцинации и ограничением свобод непривитых граждан. Разделен вопрос, что больше не пустят рестораны, кино, тренажерные залы и на стадионах.
Так трусливо навязывать вакцинацию противозаконно, но теперь они зашли слишком далеко. Молодежь, которая просто хочет свободно ходить в кино, загоняют на прививку, и это настоящая трагедия.
We're gonna have a time complaint for domestic call the 95 here in a minute. Okay, come 610. I got 195. Thanks, voice and message.
Information. Okay. There's a resident with back and neck pain.
Yeah, probably quick.
For 135, can't come. Three two fire 124, can't come.
124.
Please.
So, okay, come 610. St. Louis. We're out to CDC with one. Yeah. Okay, come 611. I'm going to transport one female down to the station for some documentation. So, that's 4846. 64846. So, can't count 65 patient loaded. Okay.
No down station. Hey, my friend, I'm a person outside.
Manager, one second. Check out another one that guys. So we're going to send ID for St. Catholic Church, 230 North 6, office store, office motion. Jump on. Makes 29. Go ahead. 1042. Go. 28. I'm out of service. 28. Go ahead. Calling to cancel the desktop offensive. And what? X58 out of service.
Ambulance 1260 for Southwest Houston for arm pain. Ambulance 1260 for Southwest Houston for arm pain. Respond on 3510 701.
Good. So, so, take out from manual 55. Less over the fingers.
It's okay.
Ambulance 1 on 2. Come 61. Good. If you could have the fire department come to the station and arrest that strangulation victim. So, Ambulance 71 will be en route to the police station.
Okay, 71, you're en route.
For the health coverage,
Delayed injuries from domestic.
lean on Molina Healthcare. Molina has 40 years of experience caring for people across the U.S.
Central 33, I was out at the Catholic Church. They're doing some remodeling and was sent off accidentally.
Baay'ee miidhagdu akka onneen akka tiru nama sadan tokko malee daalachas keessa hin jiru. Garuu bifti isaa daalachaa ta'u yookiin immoo akka boora Oromoon bifaan miti eenyummaa isaatiin toora. Waan nyaatee bulu dhabee yoo jiraates agabuu Oromoo kan ta'e hundi fokkisaa tokko hin qabu. Aadaaf seenaa dhugaatiin guutameera golli isaa. Sabni irreecha qabu, sabni ateetee qabu, sabni sirna gadaa qabu akkamittiin fokkisa. Egaa ameessi cabdee guuteef jabbii mucharreen odhu kan garaan firan godhiin adaraan firan godhu. Jaartiin cittoo ooqachuuf daaraa cinaatti kuftee silumaa dhaqa qabattee ciisicha isheetti buuftee haati namaa isheen sirriini ofii ishee qabattee mucaaf sukkuumtee laatti. Haati jaldeessaa fixeensaan garaa jala roobaan dugdatti baatti. Mukuma akka isaa muruufi bar mukti qontoo kan dabu. Garaan haadhaa bulee nama mukaaf bineensa. Yookiin kan olaa ta'u yookiin immoo kan bofa. Keessa keenya kan argu Waaqayyoof maagaa qofa. Waanuma dhageenyurraan gaafa taajjabnu garuu hundumtuu kutateera fi kaleessan jiru. Addunyaan bitaachoftee walii wallaalle maqaa wanta bitus hin beeku waan gurgurus hin beeku hunduma gabaadha. Achi waanuma hin qabne kan isaa godhachuu fedha boqqolloo keessaa tokko bira kaa'ee taa'ee hojjaa bittuu jedha. Inni kaan as fakkaata inni kan biraan duuba kaan marqaa san galchine boojjitoo kaa'ee duuba. Tulluun fuulleetti ilaalan yoo itti siqan hurriidha wanti damma fakkaatu yoo dhamdhaman furriidha. Naachaa fi allaattiitu dabareedhaan wal baata. Karaan cilaattiitu irra keessaan adda adda. Kan amma dhagaattee gamoon ulfaatu amma baala. Kan shittoo wal dibetu deebee dhoqqee wal faala.
Partner with even more Vegas hotels.
Signal 2 is going to be clear for 377. Plus, yeah, might be getting a camera for statements from a witness.
That is great. Priceline. Every trip is a big deal.
We made USAA insurance for veterans like Martin.
KCOM, ambulance 1.
Ambulance 1.
We're transporting over Riverside.
I believe a
Okay,
cabal
no
of
fun
secret
river.
societies has controlled the world for 200 plus years, and we get to be alive at a time to see it fall. I believe in the power of one person working as a team with other Christian patriots can have massive impact in reversing this ungodly culture. I believe that we have an omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent God that has put his hand on this moment in time to deny the timeline of the enemy and is about to heal our land. This is Rick, your host, and I believe that God has called me to empower Christian patriots with truth. Join us now for the Blessed Teach Show, and let's see what God's doing today. Here we are on Wednesday, July 28th. Welcome, and we're talking about a deep state panic as Twitter starts suspending all the audit reporting. So anybody that's coming to about all these tremendous audits are being suspended. That is a deep state panic. It's the same day that they try to launch the January 6th probe to try to paint all Trump supporters as insurrectionists, and only the narrative about Maricopa County and the whole forensic audits are all false for some reason. That's what the narrative of the mainstream corrupt media wants you to know. What many people call the false prophets of our day is the media. It's interesting stuff. So I wanted to say hi to everybody here real quick. I see people from Facebook and YouTube on. That's awesome. And so we are again here on Wednesday, July 28th. So I'm beautiful Christian patriot to Sally, and thanks to Susie for saying thanks for being with us. We've got John Gresham in the house from YouTube. Those are all YouTubers. And let me know where you guys are from. We got Douglas Dabrowski from Michigan. We got Howard from Louisiana. We got Mary from Australia. Thanks for joining us. I know it's a little bit better time. Probably be an hour later.
Yeah, government dealing with 71.
Monday, but now there's a radio show that wants me on, so I'll probably be going on at 6 p.m. Central Time.
One refusal granted. We're on the
going
return.
forward after today. So again, that'll be 6
Yeah,
p.m.
71.
CST. Starting about an hour from right now. We got Australia, Facebook, Jacqueline. We got UK and Margaret. So that's kind of the cool thing about this is we do get a little bit better, I guess, offshore participation at this time. So that's which is a real late time we're going. We got Ohio with Jim and Wisconsin. We got Holland, and we've got more people on Facebook. Massachusetts in the house. West Virginia, West Michigan, Texas, Oregon, Ontario, Canada, Florida, a couple of Floridas, Pennsylvania, California, Illinois, Florida from YouTube to Florida. Okay, let's get rolling. We're talking about suspensions of accounts. It's really sad what the deep state's trying to do. Here's Twitter suspends Maricopa County. Here's the audit war room, and then also this Maricopa, Arizona audit Twitter account. So 97,000 followers and 45,000 followers completely silenced by the big tech Orwellian 1984 type censorship. This is communist censorship right in our midst, guys. And right now it's the most important time. But it's not going to work for them. It's just not going to work for them. And that is exactly why we need to red pill more of our friends and family about the Mockingbird media and big tech and how they're working to silence everybody. And that's why I have this. That we have over 400 people that have taken. That has to do with
back out at 377. What the hell? Number 5.
Understanding their personality type and then teaching them about Mockingbird media and the deep state. And doing it in a very concise way that I've done it on the Uber cars, right? Incredibly well. So I want to just play this quick video so that you guys can understand what this course is all about. I'd love you to join me to go from frustrated, lonely, or helpless to appreciated, connected, and empowered. It's called the Sharing Truth with Impact course. Here it is.
Well,
Go ahead.
This is
Apparently when I had
hydroxychloroquine is not
95, and they left the subject fight at the door of Walgreens. Can you tell me the subject's name or what time or the incident number? I'll put the fight in.
I know nothing about this. So I decided to fight back and focus on the fake news media by starting this YouTube channel, and I called it Blessed to Teach, to help teach truth versus lies. Here is a little.
You meet with a 1017 call.
So I started learning of the struggles from my
Signal
subscribers.
Healthcare, one Sigma Drive. You
And
will
they were
be on the
frustrated
northeast
in their
side
efforts to
of the
actually
building
share
by
the
a
truth.
blue pickup truck.
Many
He's
felt
calling in reference
disrespected.
to a subject,
Some
a
felt
male
lonely.
subject in a blue
Others
rain
felt
suit under the canopy
Do you fall into any of those
on the
categories?
southeast side. That subject has
Everybody
been
else
sitting out there
tells
for about
you
three and a
should
half
just
hours.
red pill people, give them bits of
He
information
also has
all the
a
time,
blue
and they'll
box or
eventually get
bag
it, right?
with him. I know what's
I
in it.
say, you've got to bomb first. I believe those that are being really successful at sharing truth with impact, they
Definitely.
Yeah.
Income 610 to 23 CDC. So. I'm on 3523. Income 401. Go ahead. 401 beyond shift and busy out of town.
24 is out with 135.
Email's two available.
Can't count 602. Go ahead. I'll be cleared from here with statement of case. Yeah, 124, we got one by lane.
Okay.
Last name is Jackson. First name is Steve. Middle is 312 or 56. 312 or 56. Male. Says his name is Steve, not Steven, but I would try Steven.
Stand by.
Can't count 65 the training.
Rebel.
Hey, ambulance one available.
Ambulance unavailable. I'm gonna check New World.
Several. Okay, got the routine.
Go ahead.
Better station on the
Alright, say stop. One, two, four, checking New World. There are several Steve and Jackson in there, but nothing with that DOB. If the DOB that's in there is close to the 312 of 66.
10-4. Capcom 135, he advised he's 64 years old. He got brain injuries, might be a little off. Take out 65 back districts available.
Please go ahead.
Ambulance 2 is going to be out of service for a few minutes, so advise them they're back available.
Okay, ambulance 2 out of service.
Ambulance 1 back in. Tanko 135, press 3957 for data burst.
Or I do see that one in here.
Stephen R. Jackson, 3957.
That is clear, no valid, Illinois, but he does have a valid photo ID.
Okay, consistent. Good. Make one left. Go. 11 ROS. Go. Can't count till 11. I'll be on the shit details in there.
Yeah, correct.
I'll be on shift investigations.
617, I'll be on shift for training at the sheriff's department. So, can't come, I'm all one on shift. So,
The 12 from Tornado, place that into evidence.
go ahead.
Reporting her back home, 64847, 64847.
I'm on 35.
I spoke with Mr. Jackson. He's in standby for his appointment with his sister living at 9 a.m. at this location. The manager walked out and approved it. Will be tonight.
Go ahead.
Please in return, same mileage, will be clear.
called 611.
Go ahead.
Can you reattach me? I'm gonna add a supplement.
Kankakee 10. Show me back in service.
And towards the route. En route 2602 East, Riverview Drive.
Driver 12, Kangato. Okay, got 140. On shift investigation. Can't come. 610s are back in the village. So, okay, got 133.
3?
I'll be out station 2 minutes here. Got him. Setting call for CG by PX. Okay, Curtis, 2252 Valley View. They're just requesting a test report. Did you get the test much? Let's go check right now. Yeah, the officer's warning with them. Task force, thank you.
I'm just taking a call for 14 Inverness Drive, a group home. The client is being aggressive.
Yeah, 124, I'm just stepping out for records. You want me to head to that? I think step out for that. 124, head over there.
10-4, he has broken the window and he's swinging at the caller and other staff and clients inside.
135, 10-4 around.
Where? Ten for 124 is a correction. The caller said he was trying to break windows. He has walked away from the facility twice already this morning, but he did return and now he's acting out.
Careful.
One 24, the caller advice, he appears to be calming down a little bit, but advice he may start up again, but she's refusing medical at this time.
Yeah, Farm 23. One 3523.
5510.
31.
Go ahead.
I'll be out of Walmart on a business trip.
Walmart 10-4. $24.
Yeah, I'm 124. He's agreed to calm down. He's going to go to work here pretty soon. They say they don't need any further action from the police.
Can't count 527.
527. The Circle K, 655 North Convent, via brownish gray Chevy Malibu at Pump 2. Back advising she's going to take the patient herself. Requested to cancel the ambulance.
Okay, we'll go ahead and disregard.
Counselor.
Bravo 12 Foster. Bro, we're over here. We're all clear over here. Can't come 135, 23, 28 ready. Charles John 73430. Charles John 73430. 31, Connecticut. Yes, sir, go ahead. 25 North Lockwood. Yes, I'll be coming from Walmart. Sure. That's 21. Sure. The eviction for 0900 at senior housing 245 South 6 is still needed. Okay, com 31 on me tonight.
Pepper. Thirteen, Kevin.
Good.
We go to Greg Ford, Blanchett Pool, 125 East Brookmont Boulevard. Reference a catalytic converter that was taken from a truck overnight. They're accessing cameras now.
So, yeah, I got 130 from available. Sorry, Lieutenant Answers Rider.
135, okay.
Recording.
Go ahead.
The details for us. 356683 details. 356683 details.
State review is clear, expired to a 99 Ford carry-all after half bend.
Income man 6.
Okay.
Could you mark K-12 out at Riverside Hospital? She'll be, her radio will be off.
Definitely.
I'll be available for calls until further notice.
10. 135.
135.
Just information states out. Permanent ambulance to 842 Gettysburg Drive, apartment 1, calling by the care center for alarm activation of the response.
10-4. Being around.
Welfare check, 171 North Cleveland Avenue. Check on a Steve in the apartment upstairs. 171 North Cleveland Avenue. Obtain further. Drive, apartment 1. Units going to North Cleveland Avenue. Door is wide open and he has not been seen for a couple of days.
Check out 528, 511 on scene.
10-4, 528.
Check out 528.
528.
Who was the caller on this?
The Jason Cohn, he's the landlord.
10-4.
For 43.
Thanks for Steven or Steven Jackson. That's the subject we're trying to make contact with. The door is locked. No one's answering.
The Bourbonnais was just out with the subject. about probably half an hour ago at the old Cigna. I'm going to see what the disposition of that was.
Okay, so they were out with Steven Jackson.
And I believe they've been dealing with him all night.
Okay, we'll be clear then.
10-4.
Bye.
55.
10-4 for them activation.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Jessica?
There's no activation, no need for EMS will be 10-4.
Okay, super. Number house.
$48. Good. Okay, profile. Sir. Be available. Accidental activation.
R6 engine 5. Fire alarm Shapiro 813. Car 6 engine 5. Reported about fire alarm at Shapiro coming from 813. Respond on 35. On page 825.
I'm a change 4 months. Yeah, 65 be clear to see. Close call. Digit 5 responding. Shapiro 813 for a fire alarm.
Have you around to 813?
Can't come car 6. Shapiro 813 for the automatic alarm en route.
Car 6, have you en route?
Can't got me put car 6 on the scene, A13. I got a large single-story extended care facility. Nothing's showing right now. From 3 sides, security's out. We'll be out investigating. Car 6 will have a Shapiro come in.
Okay, car 6, on 6. Okay, Gun River Drive, Robert 5 will be on the scene at Lombard House. Robert 5, 10-4.
Engine 5, you can return. Must be true. Can't copy engine 5 for the help.
Yeah.
Car 6. No fire problem here. This alarm system was set off due to a faulty flow switch. The engineers are on scene attempting to repair this. They'll be on fire watch temporarily until the system is back up. They'll contact you when they are in normal operations. No other hazards here. You can place myself available. You can clear this call. Lake Grove Case, traffic complaint. Mario's Junction. It's going to be a dark blue Malibu all over the roadway, Lake Grove Case.
About Sun River Terrace area.
Central.
Yeah.
California Dispatch, if you would attach myself and 23 to the eviction. Never. Okay, copy 2-5 reported. Go ahead.
What time does records open?
They're open now.
Just where there's someone is in the foyer in their buses for a call their office and not get an answer.
10-4. I'll go check, but they might just be collecting paperwork. There's only one person in that office right now.
Oh, okay, thanks. Information.
Good.
Traffic complaint on 17. They're coming up to X line now, still traveling westbound. That's 28 of H. Henry 772155. It says return to gaining half out of moments on a blue over gray 2011 Chevy. Hey, Commander 34.
Go ahead.
Call beginning of shift.
10-4. Robert 11 in the Moment District. I'll be back in service. I'll have pictures taken, evidence collected. They're working on the camera footage. That's all when that's ready.
Change on Riverside. Robert 5 will be en route to Riverside. Robert 5 going to Riverside. Bye.
You can show me back into.
Yeah.
Go ahead. $19.55 South Skyler, slot George 11. Yep.
225 the lobby, subject there. This is to get supplemental damage added to the original report. They'll have a copy of the original, and this is supplemental under that. Can't come go ahead for 21.
Silver, Van and 911, 911, cell only, 585 Pine Street in Mantino.
Was there any background at all?
There's faint talking.
Check on it. Okay, come in 48.
Go ahead.
Casey, 311 South Kenzie, Jameson 1043 in reference to finding a cat on Route 50.
Over. We're going 23.
Okay, come over 34. Saturn View. 264 South Highland, checking on traps.
Eligible. Working. Go ahead. The old jail. Go. King down 520, I'm in the area. Since she's in a silver Saturn.
That's 10-4. Five 28. She's not there yet. Her ETA is about 10 minutes.
Simple. I'll be standing by. Okay.
Okay, 43 your status. So, okay, count 528. She's gonna follow me out to animal control. She's not here yet, but when she does, I just talk to her on the phone. I'm gonna drive her out there and show her where it's at. She's just going this path walking around. Yeah.
One
124.
well, we received a alarm calling by the alarm company at 5043 North Pine Oak Turn. It was the front door. While gathering the information, they did receive a proper passcode and wanted to cancel. What's your call?
What was the address of on Pine Oak?
5043 North 10 Oak Turn.
Step 4. Anybody up there close can check on it? 135, step 4. 48, your status. Edward 34, your status. 4th, 10 4. 52, around the front here.
Edward 34, 10-4.
Yep. Yeah, come 31.
Go ahead.
I'm about to say bearings on that detail.
Definitely. 504.
Can't count 528.
528.
She's at animal control now. I'll be clear.
4528.
Can't count 13523. Can't count 21 myself and 23 or 23 SC evictions. Silver.
Traps and caught 2 kittens.
Silver.
4-3. North 10 Old Turn.
Silver. The 24's on scene.
Sir.
On your status. Person who gave the proper passcode. That's 43, your status. And 8 reserve. Can't come on very fast. The homeowner just go to everything 10-4. He tripped the alarm and reset it. Okay. Create paper.
48.
South Washington.
Of Washington. Kankakee.
Kankakee.
Over.
Yeah, come X 48 traffic stop. Gonna be right across the street from that address, 28 Charles Nora, 29612. Charles Nora, 29612. Can't count by 26. You're out to the Julia crime line.
For Julia Grandma.
Danger from 43. You run a Sanford J. Richardson, born 11/7/72.
Secure everything. Pepper. 21 there, out with it. Subject key secure. It appears he has a couple of warrants. Stanford J. John Richardson, male, black, 11/7 of 72, 5'6", 210, brown and black. So he's 1099 for a parole violation of cocaine. VCC stating it's now there. Office Kingston County.
We're in route to JTV 21.
Pepper, I-348, your status.
On the day.
She just needs to stand by to get the keys from the male half.
3-3, the parole violation is IDOC. We'll send them ahead and get the information for you. Tom Roberts, so if you can make a phone call to whoever needs to know the traffic light right in front of our quarters at Kennedy and right there by the Burger King is not changing at all. Staying green for Kennedy. Units that are trying to get onto Kennedy, that light's not changing, correct? Just the one. It's staying red for the eastbound traffic there. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, on that 800 block of South Dearborn, tagging a vehicle until no police in the car.
South Dearborn Suffer. Handcuff. Check for a barking dog, 839 South Elm. 839 South Elm. The caller believes no one lives there. There's a dog outside, been barking for days.
Okay.
Correct, and the dog's inside, so there's no vehicle outside the house.
Tech 48, you said. So, T21. Silver Pontiac Grand Prix. I'm tagged for 3 till back in June.
Yeah.
Okay, come 213. That one. That one also. For the record, they've been removed from the room and locks have been changed. Hands up.
Right.
Okay, the next 23 paper. $250 north entrance, permanent 2B boy. So. $40.21, you good down there? Good. I got 3 citations noticed through here. Valid driver has data. Cool. Back 48.7. Are you clear then?
disturbing. We have Moms for Liberty. The parents are organized. We're hitting the Board of Education meetings. We're making our objections known, but they're going to do whatever they want because Governor Cuomo is going to insist on it, especially when it comes to this vaccine mandate. So I would encourage parents to have the courage to either homeschool or get them into a private school. I don't care if you have to take a second job, but figure it out because your children are going to be harmed by being in the public school system in New York State. I can tell you that for sure. So I think it's important that parents understand the sacrifice they may have to make, be willing to do it, be courageous, fight for your children, and stop the indoctrination that's happening, especially in New York, and just be willing to follow God's will in getting your children the best truthful education that you possibly can.
Right, Gina. Thanks so much for your call. It's always been important in every age for parents to be vigilant about what their students are learning. They bring home their workbooks and school books and so forth. Parents should be combing through those to see what is in there. But especially in our day and age, like you said, they're now with the sex education even being taught to the youngest minds and hearts. Those very formative years for our kids. And so you're very right about that. Obviously not everybody can put their kids in Catholic schools. I appreciate your encouragement and your exhortation to parents to do that, and I would definitely echo that as well. But I think the important thing that has to happen if that's not available, and I mean even in some Catholic schools, we hear that unfortunately that you have to look at the curriculum sometimes. But parents, I just think vigilance is the answer. Vigilance is absolutely the answer for parents who are concerned about what their kids are being taught in their schools.
Yeah, I completely. It's St. Mary's, where I am, and in many of the parishes around New York, they're getting sponsorships. Maybe people whose kids have been graduated, they're getting sponsorships for those Catholic education dollars, and that's been working out really well.
Right. I completely agree with what Jerry was saying about the parents just really combing through the curriculum, getting involved, signing up as homeroom parents, being there at recess, being involved in the schools. And Gina, you mentioned your particular state, New York, but it's happening in other states as well. We had very questionable and disturbing curriculum floating around here in the state of Arizona. The parents showed up in droves and really voiced their objections and really wanted to be heard, and it made a difference. And that's important. I think if parents do stick together and show up at these meetings and different events that happen, that they determine the forward movement for our children, we should have a right to say something. We should be there to say something as parents and grandparents. So I agree with you, Gina. It's happening across the board, though, and it's going to take for parents to really step up and just have their voices heard without the fear, because that's the problem of some parents don't want to cause any problems. They don't want to have any difficulties for their kids, and that's understandable. But like you said, Gina, have a plan B. Be ready to homeschool, ready to move them to private school. Absolutely. Any last comments, Gina?
I just want to encourage parents to really understand what sacrifice and courage represents, and to not be afraid. God will guide you into where you're.
And this gets at the most important thing that a parent has to do their entire lifetime when they have children. They are being entrusted with God's little images. They are made in the image and likeness of God. Baptism, they put on the white garment to, take that unstained into heaven. And obviously we all sin in our lives, but there's no need why it has to be just grossly, and I think in some cases demonically exacerbated, the influences that our kids are exposed to these days. So
absolutely.
Thank you, Gina, for the call. Appreciate
Thanks,
that
Gina.
very much.
Jerry, we have open phone lines. What's up with that on Take Two? Come on, you guys. They're probably shopping back to school supplies.
It could be.
I'm sorry I insulted you about your little metal lunchbox. I'm sure it was very nice. Could you maybe see if you can grab a picture? Your mother left you a ton of pictures. Maybe you have a picture of you carrying that one.
A picture of that? No.
You don't really?
Oh,
I thought she left you like tons of pictures. You never know. You might see you walking to school with that little lunchbox. But we want to hear from you. Please fill those phone lines and give us some just really helpful, hints and tips and advice for starting this school year, just like Gina did, at 833-288-3986.
All right, Hazel is calling from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, listening on Sirius XM 130. Hi, Hazel. Good to have you with us. Welcome.
Thank you. What I have is not nearly as serious as the previous caller, but I saw this the other day on Facebook. It was a recommendation for preparing your kids to go back to school, and I thought it was wonderful, and several of my friends have as well. The thing is, parents always want to have their kids, I'm talking the very early years, kindergarten, first grade, that kind of thing. The parents always want them to know their alphabet, know their colors, and all those things. But teachers, that's their job to teach them those things. What the parents need to do is to teach their children how to zip up their coats, how to put their jackets on, how to tie their shoes. When they open their lunch boxes, as you said, and by the way, I took my lunch to school, and I'm going to tell you, it was in a brown bag. It was not in a box. That's how old I am. But anyhow, going back to parents forget. They do things for their children. They just automatically do them. But when the kids get into a classroom and the teachers have 12, 15, 30 kids in a classroom, it's hard for them to put all those little straws in those, like on those juice things, the little bag kind of thing. They have to take the straws that has a pointy end and put it in. Kids don't know how to do that. And all the teachers have to go around and do it for multiple kids. It takes a lot of time. And I think parents need to be more cognizant of what their kids' levels are, or just participating in a big group so that an adult doesn't have to zip up their jacket or make sure they get their right arm in the right, sleeve kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? There were a lot of other things mentioned, but I can't think of them right now.
Hazel, you're a former teacher. You would be so proud of me. That's exactly what I did with both my boys when they were little. Exactly. I used to.
I'm preparing something to share with the world.
Welcome to Open Source News. I am your brother and your host, BCP, and this is the late edition. I want to give you some very important updates on what's going on today. We have quite a bit of important news. Let's get right into it. The Senate has voted to advance a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. And you can actually call this bipartisan because of 50 Republican senators, 17 voted along with their Democrat counterparts. I'll tell you who those folks are in a moment. But before we go any further, please, if you like these updates, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. And also, if you have something to say, you have a question, you have a comment, you have an opinion, you have a rant, you don't like my tie, put it down below. Your engagement with these videos helps us in the YouTube algorithm. And please do not forget to check out our show at bcpextras.com. It's our off-platform show. And also join us over at therealbcp.com. We are building a community over on locals.com, and we'd love for you to join us. You can access that by going to therealbcp.com. So today the Senate voted 67 to 32 to advance this $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. And here's what we know and we don't know. We don't know what's in the damn bill. No text, nothing's been written. We're told that we can expect over 1,000 pages in this bill. Can you say pork? Can you say a bunch of lobbyists getting what they want? Now, even though the text of the bill has been finalized, here are the 17 senators who went along with their establishment Democrats and voted in favor of advancing the measure. Once again, this is advancing the measure so that it goes to the general Senate body for consideration. Blunt, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Graham, Grassley, Hoven, McConnell, Murkowski, Portman, Rich, Tillis, Young, and of course, Romney. Now, An analysis made by the New York Times says that 1.2 trillion will be spent over 8 years. 550 billion of it will go to roads, bridges, rail lines, electric vehicles, and water systems and other programs. Now let's see, roads, that sounds like infrastructure to me. Bridges, sounds like infrastructure to me. Rail lines, sounds like infrastructure to me. Electric vehicles, water systems, sounds like infrastructure to me. Now that's 550 billion of a 1.2 trillion dollar deal here. So not even half of it is actually going to infrastructure. Now, of course, more than half, it looks like, is going to be going to pet projects of the leftist Marxists to fight climate change. In addition to electric vehicles, which the New York Times under infrastructure. So the vote just allows the need to be taken before anything happens. But it does show that there's an infrastructure bill coming in one way, shape, or form, most likely out of the Senate.
Mr. President, the Majority Leader. Mr. President, I want to commend the group of senators who worked with President Biden to reach an agreement on a bipartisan infrastructure bill. The Senate has just come together and in a strong bipartisan fashion voted to begin the legislative process here on the Senate floor.
Okay, so it's to begin the legislative process. But that didn't stop Joey Biden from claiming a huge victory on the infrastructure bill, even though it's not yet a bill, and even though, once again, there's no text or actual information on it. President Joe Biden claimed victory for his bipartisan infrastructure deal in the Senate Wednesday, despite having no text or votes to demonstrate success. Quote, I am pleased to join a bipartisan group of the United States senators and announce our deal to make the most significant long-term investment in our infrastructure and competitiveness in nearly a century. No, our competitiveness happened under President Trump, where we became energy independent and we were bringing back manufacturing. But I digress. Senator Mike Burns, Republican out of Indiana, told reporters he expected the text of the bill to be over 1,000 pages. Senator Rob Portman told reporters that they had reached an agreement on the major issues and were prepared to move forward on the bill. He said that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was open-minded and encouraging about their progress on the bill. The fact that Mitch McConnell's on board doesn't give me a lot of confidence. In fact, it gives me the opposite. Senator John Cornyn of Texas expressed skepticism that the text was not released. I will not be voting for it until it's written and we've seen the text, he said to reporters. I'm not comfortable giving it my vote until I've had a chance to evaluate it. You would think that most or all senators would feel this way, at least Republicans, but apparently that's not the case. Now, there are some huge snags on here. Senator Kristen Sinema, the Democrat out of Arizona, had this to say: we've got most of the text down, so we'll be releasing it, and then we'll update it as we get those last pieces finalized. And it was reported that, I'm not seeing that here. Maybe there's an update, so I'm just going to stop right there. I thought I saw something else, but perhaps that was an update. That was before the vote was passed. Now, that's on the Senate side. On the House side, their negotiations on an infrastructure reconciliation package is being thwarted or being opposed by AOC, who threatens to tank the infrastructure package. And why? Here's what she tweeted out today. Good luck tanking your own party's investment on childcare, climate action, and infrastructure while presuming you'll survive a 3-vote House margin, especially after choosing to exclude members of color from negotiations and calling that a bipartisan accomplishment. Here's where I saw about Kristen Sinema. Supposedly she doesn't support the Democrats' bill. And now we have AOC not wanting to be on board because there were not people of color involved in the negotiations. Therefore, it's not bipartisan. She says, in quotes, bipartisan accomplishment. It would still be bipartisan AOC, maybe not biracial, but it would still be bipartisan, even though I don't agree as a conservative quasi-Republican on that. For those not aware, I was a Republican, but when they opposed and sided with the establishment at the end of last year against President Trump, I left the party. So let's see what comes of this. All right, folks. Another big news story that we definitely need to cover is what Nancy Pelosi is doing with her January 6th committee. The head of the United States Capitol Police Union, Gus, I'm not going to pretend that I know how to pronounce this name, but I'm going to attempt. Papathanasu urged House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to allow more officers to testify to the select committee investigating the events of January 6th. Well, you think this would be good, right? After the show and the circus from yesterday. No, here's why we're finding that Nancy Pelosi is shutting out the police union out of the January 6th committee, because they want to argue that the problems that were experienced on January 6th were years in the making. And of course, that would not only reflect poorly on Nancy Pelosi's ability to lead as a House Speaker, but it also would kill their narrative about what happened on January 6th. This is what was said in the statement, quote, "Poor morale, inequitable pay and conditions, and a leadership that refuses to engage, those are contributing factors to the events of January 6th, and they remain factors still today. The union asked that the committee listen to the active duty police officers who have been chosen by the rank and file to represent them. However, according to Republican Study Committee Chairman Jim Banks, Papathanasu and other officers' voices are being shut out because it does not advance Pelosi's narrative of a violent insurrection overwhelming heroic police." Banks said it in a statement today, Wednesday, quote, "At yesterday's January 6th Select Committee hearing, we only heard Pelosi's cherry-picked version of events because she shut out any voices that didn't further her partisan narrative. One of the voices Democrats rejected was the head of the Capitol Police Union, Gus Papathanasu, who is elected by rank-and-file officers to represent their views. Around 90% of U.S. Capitol Police officers belong to the union." And of course, if you missed what Elise Stefanik had to say yesterday.
There is a reason that Nancy Pelosi is the most disliked elected official in America. She always puts her own partisan politics over what's best for the American people. She's an authoritarian who has broken the people's house. She is a lame duck speaker, and everyone knows it. The reason why Nancy Pelosi is refusing to seat accomplished and well-respected hardworking Republicans like Jim Jordan and Jim Banks is because she doesn't want the American people to know the truth or learn the facts. She doesn't want a fair or bipartisan investigation. She wants a political one. It is a fact that in December of 2020, Nancy Pelosi was made aware of potential security threats to the Capitol, and she failed to act. It is a fact that the U.S. Capitol Police raised concerns, and rather than providing them with the support and resources they needed and they deserved, she prioritized her partisan political optics over their safety. The American people deserve to know the truth that Nancy Pelosi bears responsibility as Speaker of the House for the tragedy that occurred on January 6th.
Tragedy or not, we know, we've reported here, she had advance warning, quite a bit of important news. Let's get right into it. The Senate has voted to advance a $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. And you can actually call this bipartisan because of 50 Republican senators, 17 voted along with their Democratic counterparts. I'll tell you who those folks are in a moment. But before we go any further, please, if you like these updates, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. And also, if you have something to say, you have a question, you have a comment, you have an opinion, you have a rant, you don't like my tie, put it down below. Your engagement with these videos helps us in the YouTube algorithm. And please do not forget to check out our show at bcpextras.com. It's our off-platform show. And also join us over at therealbcp.com. We are building a community over on locals.com, and we'd love for you to join us. You can access that by going to therealbcp.com. So today, the Senate voted 67 to 32 to advance this $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill. And here's what we know and we don't know. We don't know what's in the damn bill. No text. Nothing's been written. We're told that we can expect over 1,000 pages in this bill. Can you say pork? Can you say a bunch of lobbyists getting what they want? Now, even though the text of the bill has been finalized, here are the 17 senators who went along with their establishment Democrats and voted in favor of advancing the measure. Once again, this is advancing the measure so that it goes to the General Senate body for consideration. Blunt, Burr, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Graham, Grassley, Hoeven, McConnell, Murkowski, Portman, Rich, Tillis, Young, and of course, Romney. Now, an analysis made by the New York Times says that 1.2 trillion will be spent over 8 years. 550 billion of it will go to roads, bridges, rail lines, electric vehicles, and water systems, and other programs. Now let's see, roads, that sounds like infrastructure to me. Bridges, sounds like infrastructure to me. Rail lines, sounds like infrastructure to me. Electric vehicles, water systems, sounds like infrastructure to me. Now that's 550 billion of a $1.2 trillion deal here. So not even half of it is actually going to infrastructure. Now, of course, more than half, it looks like, is going to be going to pet projects of the leftist Marxists to fight climate change. In addition to electric vehicles, which according to the New York Times falls under infrastructure. So the vote just allows them to proceed to debate on the bill. It's one of many steps that'll need to be taken before anything happens. But it does show that there's an infrastructure bill coming in one way, shape, or form, most likely out of the Senate.
Mr. President, the Majority Leader. Mr. President, I want to commend the group of senators who worked with President Biden to reach an agreement on a bipartisan infrastructure bill. The Senate has just come together and in a strong bipartisan fashion voted to begin the legislative process here on the Senate floor.
Okay, so it's to begin the legislative process. But that didn't stop Joey Biden from claiming a huge victory on the infrastructure bill, even though it's not yet a bill, and even though, once again, there's no text or actual information on it. President Joe Biden again claimed victory for his bipartisan infrastructure deal in the Senate Wednesday, despite having no text or vote to demonstrate success. Quote, I am pleased to join a bipartisan group of the United States senators and announce our deal to make the most significant long-term investment in our infrastructure and competitiveness in nearly a century. No, our competitiveness happened under President Trump, where we became energy independent and we were bringing back manufacturing. But I digress. Senator Mike Burns, Republican out of Indiana, told reporters he expected the text of the bill to be over 1,000 pages. Senator Rob Portman told reporters that they had reached an agreement on the major issues and were prepared to move forward on the bill. He said that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was open-minded and encouraging about their progress on the bill. The fact that Mitch McConnell is on board doesn't give me a lot of confidence. In fact, it gives me the opposite. Senator John Cornyn of Texas expressed skepticism that the text was not released. I will not be voting for it until it's written and we've seen the text, he said to reporters. I'm not comfortable giving it my vote until I've had a chance to evaluate it. You would think that most or all senators would feel this way, at least Republicans, but apparently that's not the case. Now, there are some huge snags on here. Senator Kristen Sinema, the Democrat out of Arizona, had this to say: we've got most of the text down, so we'll be releasing it, and then we'll update it as we get those last pieces finalized. And it was reported that I'm not seeing that here. Maybe there's an update, so I'm just going to stop right there. I thought I saw something else, but perhaps that was an update. That was before the vote was passed. Now, that's on the Senate side. On the House side, their negotiations on an infrastructure reconciliation package is being thwarted or being opposed by AOC, who threatens to tank the infrastructure package. And why? Here's what she tweeted out today. Good luck tanking your own party's investment on childcare, climate action, and infrastructure while presuming you'll survive a 3-vote House margin, especially after choosing to exclude members of color from negotiations and calling that a bipartisan accomplishment. Here's where I saw about Kristen Sinema. Supposedly she doesn't support the Democrats' bill. And now we have AOC not wanting to be on board because there were not people of color involved in the negotiations. Therefore, it's not bipartisan. She says, in quotes, bipartisan accomplishment. It would still be bipartisan, AOC, maybe not biracial, but it would still be bipartisan, even though I don't agree as a conservative quasi-Republican on that. For those not aware, I was a Republican, but when they opposed and sided with the establishment at the end of last year against President Trump, I left the party. So let's see what comes of this. All right, folks, another big news story that we definitely need to cover is what Nancy Pelosi is doing with her January 6th committee. The head of the United States Capitol Police Union, Gus, I'm not going to pretend that I know how to pronounce his name, but I'm going to attempt. Papathanasu urged House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to allow more officers to testify to the select committee investigating the events of January 6th. Well, you think this would be good, right? After the show and the circus from yesterday. No, here's why we're finding that Nancy Pelosi is shutting out the police union out of the January 6th committee, because they want to argue that the problems that were experienced on January 6th were years in the making. And of course, that would not only reflect poorly on Nancy Pelosi's ability to lead as a House Speaker, but it also would kill their narrative about what happened on January 6th. This is what was said in a statement, quote, poor morale, inequitable pay and conditions, and a leadership that refuses to engage, those are contributing factors to the events of January 6th, and they remain factors still today. The union asked that the committee listen to the active duty police officers who have been chosen by the rank and file to represent them. However, according to Republican Study Committee Chairman Jim Banks, Papathanasu and other officers' voices are being shut out because it does not advance Pelosi's narrative of a violent insurrection overwhelming heroic police. Banks said it in a statement today, Wednesday, quote, at yesterday's January 6th Select Committee hearing, we only heard Pelosi's cherry-picked version of events because she shut out any voices that didn't further her partisan narrative. One of the voices Democrats rejected was the head of the Capitol Police Union, Gus Papathanasu, who is elected by rank-and-file officers to represent their views. Around 90% of U.S. Capitol Police officers belong to the union. And, of course, if you missed what Elise Stefanik had to say yesterday.
There is a reason that Nancy Pelosi is the most disliked elected official in America. She always puts her own partisan politics over what's best for the American people. She's an authoritarian who has broken the people's house. She is a lame duck speaker, and everyone knows it. The reason why Nancy Pelosi is refusing to seat accomplished and well-respected hardworking Republicans like Jim Jordan and Jim Banks is because she doesn't want the American people to know the truth or learn the facts. She doesn't want a fair or bipartisan investigation. She wants a political one. It is a fact that in December of 2020, Nancy Pelosi was made aware of potential security threats to the Capitol, and she failed to act. It is a fact that the U.S. Capitol Police raised concerns And rather than providing them with the support and resources they needed and they deserved, she prioritized her partisan political optics over their safety. The American people deserve to know the truth that Nancy Pelosi bears responsibility as Speaker of the House for the tragedy that occurred on January 6th.
Tragedy or not, we know, we've reported here, she had advance warning. She did nothing. In fact, she rejected additional security and assistance from President Trump and other agencies, including the military, who can't occupy, but could have been there assisting them. Once again, that would not have fit the narrative of what they were planning to do. All right, and here is the big news of the day. This is from ABC News. So to the manual reviewers and the bots and the AIs at YouTube, I am reading this from ABC News, published today. And here's the headline: DOJ issues guidance cautioning states on so-called election audits. That's actually how this says. DOJ issues guidance cautioning states on so-called election audits. Not two quotes, but the little one quote. The Justice Department on Wednesday released guidance intended to caution states embarking on so-called post-election audits of vote counts for the 2020 presidential election that they must not run afoul of federal voting laws. The guidance, previously previewed last month by Attorney General Merrick Garland in his policy address on voting rights, outlines federal statutes the department says election officials must adhere to during such audits. ABC News seems to want to question audits, even though audits are generally very thorough reviews of the process, information, etc., including forensic look at things, which most of these so-called audits adhere to, such as preserving all federal election materials and making sure they're not tampered with. Quote, this document sets down a marker that says the Justice Department is concerned about this and we will be following this closely. Why is the Justice Department concerned about this? Can't comment much on this, folks, but it should be pretty obvious. I will have a lot to say about this tomorrow on bcpextras.com. And don't forget to check us out over at therealbcp.com, where we will also be discussing this in our new community over at locals.com. After the department's letter, Arizona officials backed off a plan to send contractors from the group to visit homes in the state's largest county of Maricopa to ask voters whether or not they had cast ballots. The Wednesday guidance includes warning that officials seek to embark on such audits can do so in a way that will intimidate voters. So what they're going to do is called canvassing. And just as they're about to do it in Arizona, the DOJ puts this, which I don't know if this is stopping Arizona or if they're just pausing.
A different future starts with you. That's why GoDaddy does more than help you find a name. You can create, sell, and get found online so any small business can make a change. We need a new generation of thinking, your way of thinking. Start different at GoDaddy.com.
DOJ officials on Wednesday declined to provide any update on the department's review of the Arizona audit. Once again, when I do this, this is ABC News. But the guidance comes as Republicans in several other states have expressed interest or are already moving forward with similarly partisan reviews of the 2020 vote count in certain jurisdictions, despite lacking any evidence of widespread fraud. ABC News, once again, in the same paragraph, says that there are several states interested or already moving forward with reviews, despite lacking any evidence. Interesting that so many states would be embarking on something when there's absolutely nothing to it. And then again, the Democrats had 2 sham impeachments. That's the news, folks. I can't really comment more on that because this platform doesn't like it. We may explore this more at bcpextras.com. Check it out. It'll be up tomorrow. That's coming out of the DOJ. The same DOJ that seems to be fine with the unconstitutional acts of the current regime of the former vice president. All right, folks, just a few other bits of news. Looks like Ivanka is out of politics for now because that is what her husband, Jared Kushner, is announcing. Reuters reporting Jared Kushner, a top advisor to former President Donald Trump, plans to launch an investment firm in coming months, a move that would take him away from politics for the foreseeable future, sources familiar with the plan said on Wednesday. Kushner, the former chief executive of Kushner Companies, who served as a Republican president's senior advisor in the White House, is in the final stages of launching an investment firm called Affinity Partners that will be headquartered in Miami. So the report is saying that these plans will prevent him from participating in not only a political future, but President Trump's political future if he decides to run for president in 2024, or something else happens in the interim before then that would put Donald Trump back in the political spotlight or in political power or office. So this is interesting because Kushner and Ivanka Trump were informal advisors to the America First Policy Institution, a nonprofit group that was promoting, MAGA, America First, and what have you. It looks like they're taking a step back from there. Ivanka kind of signaled that she was not going to do anything with politics, at least for now, when it was rumored that she would maybe take on Senator Marco Rubio, but she didn't. She decided not to challenge him in 2022. In fact, she has endorsed him. So it looks like Jared Kushner is out and Ivanka Trump out of politics for the time being as well. If you like these updates, please hit that like button. If you haven't done so yet, please hit the subscribe button. Check out our off-platform show at bcpextras.com, and please join our locals community by going to therealbcp.com. Until the next episode, ciao, goodbye, and God bless.
Well, here now, Mike Huckabee, former Arkansas governor and a Fox contributor. Governor, thanks for being with us. I'm hearing some words that I'm stringing together, and I don't like what I hear. I remember words like deplorable and Neanderthal. I'm hearing not as smart as I thought now, and moron. You put it all together, and it doesn't sound like healthy disagreement. It sounds like contempt. I think that's what a lot of Americans are hearing, and it's why they're very reluctant to listen to anything coming from the federal government right now.
Brian, you're so right. I mean, how many people are influenced by someone calling them a complete moron? If you tell somebody that they're not very smart, they're probably not inclined to listen to what you have to say to them. I got the vaccination months ago. I didn't do it because I thought I was smarter than somebody. I did it because I assessed the personal risk and decided that it was worth the risk of whatever might happen with the vaccine. It was better than getting COVID, which was a greater concern to me. And that was in consultation with my doctor. I think people, if they are healthy and the doctor suggests they get it, probably should get it. But if they don't get it, that doesn't make them a moron. It doesn't make them less smart than Joe Biden. I think most people watching one of his speeches say, I'm at least that smart. So I just find that ridiculous. And for all of the whining about why more people aren't getting vaccinated, you just gave on screen several good reasons why people don't want to do it, because they just don't trust politicians who call them names and tell them they're idiots.
Governor, we have to live with this and through this ultimately, and that means we have to respect people's choices. We've got to trust people, adults in this country, enough to make choices. The problem, it seems to me, is we've got an ideology coming out of Washington that fundamentally at its root doesn't like giving people the scope for their own choices on the most important matters, and clearly health is one of those.
Well, we keep hearing follow the science, but I think the science that the left have us follow is political science, their political science. Look, Tony Fauci has had more flip-flops than you would see at a Jimmy Buffett concert, constantly changing what he says the science is. Now, if science is this fickle, it's not a good way for us to judge what we do. There ought to be a little bit more certainty. Yes, things change. We get more data, we get more information. But all along telling us to get a vaccination and we wouldn't have to wear a mask, and now saying, oh, even if you've had the vaccination, you're going to have to do the same things all the unvaccinated people do. Once again, Brian, that's a great way to keep people from getting the vaccination, is telling them they got to live the same as everybody else. So what's the point, they're going to ask.
And, you know, the flashpoint for so much of this is going to be at the school level. We're getting guidance from the CDC that everybody in schools, regardless of your vaccination status, no matter who you are, you're going to have to mask up. And, you know, once again, it's one of those situations where people see it and they say, it doesn't make sense. If you're telling me over here something that fundamentally doesn't make sense, then why am I listening to you over here? Governor, the mixed messaging has got to stop very quickly, or we are going to be in some trouble on the health front, are we not?
We are. And Brian, I think one of the concerns a lot of parents have, they know that their children aren't going to properly wear the mask. And if you look at the CDC guidelines, there's always 3 words in the beginning of every sentence: if worn properly. Now, those 3 words really say it, if worn properly. How many 6-year-olds know how to properly wear a surgical mask? The answer is very few, if any. I watch my own children. Look, they take their hands and they pick up frogs and lizards. And if they have to wear a mask, they don't necessarily always scrub like a surgeon and then put their hands to their mask. They're moving it all over their face. So what is under that mask that they're breathing all day long? I assure you, it is not a sterile field that they're breathing into. And kids have very little risk of getting COVID, even less risk of having serious complications. But I think we're doing great damage to them by making them wear the face diaper, even when it hasn't been really proven that children are better off wearing it than they would be by living their lives and having some capacity to breathe freely, see their friends' faces, and live their lives with a childlike existence.
People have to live in reality. They want their public officials to govern like they live in reality as well. That seems to be what's lacking here right now. Governor, so glad to have you with us. Thanks for joining us.
I'm not a passenger. I'm a pilot. My dad taught me to fly. To fire the burner, read the wind, and plot a course over our home, the land of enchantment.
January 4th, 2021. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized until 10 p.m. as the designee of the minority leader.
Thanks, Speaker. I've been listening to a friend from Texas, gentleman from New York, other speakers, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and I can't help but observe the reality of the Shelby County decision as it was offered by the United States Supreme Court majority, authored by Chief Justice Roberts. Now, what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle fail to mention is the fact that the Voting Rights Act remains intact. The Voting Rights Act remains fully in effect. Its purpose to ensure and preserve the ability of Americans to vote remains fully the law of the land. The only question, or the core question, before the court back in 2012 or 2013, you could argue 12, decided in 13, I think, was whether Section 5, the specific pre-clearance provision, was in fact constitutional. Now, the fact of the matter is, when this was reauthorized back in, I think, 2006, it was reauthorized based on a 50-year-old coverage formula. Now, my friend from Texas knows that. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle know that it was using a 50-year-old coverage formula. Now, people may want to just kind of sweep that aside and say that doesn't matter, but then go back and read the Supreme Court's opinion in 1966 on the first challenge on the Voting Rights Act, and what the court was saying at the time. That when you set aside the fundamental role of the state in carrying out elections, when you set aside the 10th Amendment, as the 1965 Voting Rights Act was seeking to do, well, there has to be a particularly strong purpose. Well, what was that particularly strong purpose? Invidious discrimination of the kind of the Jim Crow South, of the poll taxes, of massive disparities in voting rates among populations in districts where those prohibitions existed. fast forward 50 years through several iterations of the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act, and in 2012, 2013, when this was being debated, and when the court decided it, the court said, look, sorry, you can't apply 50-year-old data to uphold and reauthorize the Voting Rights Act. Now, I know that because I was a lawyer on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and I pored over every one of those documents that came before us, read and reviewed them, sitting as a staffer on the Senate Judiciary Committee, where we knew full well what the data was showing us, what the data looked like. But here we are right now, and the American people are only hearing that part of the story, that we are somehow unwinding the Voting Rights Act. We have done no such thing. Out of enormous respect for my friend from Texas, despite the fact the way these hours normally work, I will yield briefly.
The gentleman is always enormously courteous, and I will be brief. Since I was on the committee, you might have been staff, but I know in the House, for example, we had at least 100 hearings and 15,000 pages of testimony, and it was chaired at that time by Jim Sensenbrenner, a Republican, who was meticulous in making sure we had a record. So I'm not sure where the gentleman's getting his information from, and I'll just finish by simply saying the voter suppression laws that we are dealing with today is all engaged, responding to the big lie that there was not a legitimate election in 2020. And my good friend knows that President Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were elected in 2020. So we wonder the basis of these voter suppression laws. I thank the gentleman, and I will not take more of his time, and I'll yield back to him.
I appreciate the gentlelady, and let me just say, I think that this body would do a wonder for the American people if we could engage in this for hours, not seconds. And I think the gentlelady agrees that we should have this kind of debate and back and forth for the American people to see, so that we can flush out our differences. Because there are things that we agree on, and there are things that we disagree on. What I would respond to the gentlelady about the point of what occurred, poring over it as a staffer as I did, was that the members, including the chairman of the Judiciary Committee then, Sensenbrenner, as well as on the Senate side, and I won't speak for the House because I was on the Senate side, but I was in the room with Chairman Specter, and I was in the room with all of those that were in 2006 going through all of this, and I was in the room with about 15 Republicans who were sitting over there, each of whom said, it is unconstitutional, we can't really do this, but we dare not go down this political road. Okay, well, that is what that is. Fast forward, and for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to bemoan, quote, activist courts, unquote, no, welcome to the club. Welcome to the party of being concerned about activist courts. I would argue this is not activism, but fine. Let's have that debate about how much power we want to cede to the building over there across the street. Because when we're talking about activism, we can go way back on activism in terms of our views, in terms of Roe, in terms of Planned Parenthood v. Casey, and other areas in which the court has inserted itself into the public debate. But okay, here we are. The legislature acted, and the court said, whoa, you can't do that. And why did they do that? Applying the 10th Amendment, applying fundamentals of federalism, applying the fact that states have primacy over election laws. That's what the court did. And that's actually, if you believe in judicial review, subsequent to Marbury versus Madison, as I believe that my friend from Texas is now leaving before, that it does believe in, well, then that's what the court was doing. That's what they did. That's what the opinion says. When you read the opinion, it's just dripping with all of the things that you would expect it to be filled with in terms of deference to what occurred in 1965, what the Supreme Court said subsequent to that about why it was a particularly important time for Congress to step over the role of the states because of the nature of the invidious discrimination in Jim Crow South and other areas of the country. It wasn't just South, by the way. There were counties all over the country. But when you looked at the data, and I poured over the data we showed places, there were counties in Florida that were covered, counties in Florida that weren't covered, and you could see that the voting rates of black voters, Hispanic voters, other voters, that vast numbers of people were turning out and showing up to vote, those numbers were even higher in some of the covered jurisdictions. So you had no reason or basis to cover one county versus another in the state of Florida. But I would challenge all of my colleagues, other side of the aisle, go open up those views, go look in and look at the data, look at the tables, and what you will find is that there was significant numbers of counties and states that were then at that time covered by the Voting Rights Act that had better turnout rates, better participation rates than those that were uncovered, which left the court looking at the law and said, well, hold on a second. The whole reason that the court upheld the law was because there was a unique circumstance where there was massive disparity because of very direct action by those states. I just want the American people to know that, because that's what's being said right now. Suddenly, if I say, oh, we might want voter ID. Now, why might we want voter ID? Just to assure that the one person who's voting and one person who vote is actually the vote. I say I want voter ID. Maybe that's because I've witnessed reasons why that's so. Somehow that's voter suppression. That's what's so entirely frustrating. You come forward and you say, hey, I think that there's a good reason for this, that in my mind, I see very clearly as being important for the integrity of the election. Let's not get wrapped around in the 2016 or 2020 election cycles. I've said a lot on the floor of the House at various times about that matter, or those matters. Let's just actually focus on voter integrity, election integrity, and wanting to make sure that the people who vote know that their vote is going to count fully, and that you're not going to have someone voting with your ID. We know for sure that there are individuals who come to the United States and use the identifications of others, of Americans. We know that for sure. That's the fact. We know that we end up with multiple people voting. We end up with all sorts of different possible potential fraudulent activity. For example, the New York Times in 2012, quote, yet votes cast by mail are less likely to be counted, more likely to be compromised, and more likely to be contested than those cast at a voting booth. That's the New York Times, that bastion of right-wing conspiracy. We know that the Carter-Baker Commission, Jimmy Carter, known right-wing conspirator, Georgia, and James Baker, again, not really known to be a right-wing activist, quote, in their report, absentee ballots remain the largest source of potential voter fraud. Well, it's just data, it's just analyzing it, it's just fact. So then you go through and you go other examples of known fraud. 2016, 83 registered voters in San Pedro, California received absentee ballots at the same small two-bedroom apartment. 2018 North Carolina congressional race, a Republican operative, Elmer Cray Dallas Jr., had allegedly requested more than 1,200 absentee ballots on voters' behalf and then collected the ballots from voters' homes when they were mailed out. That was a Republican operative. The equal opportunity presenter of the facts here of how fraud can occur. I can go through item after item. In 2017, an investigation of a Dallas City Council election found 700 fraudulent mail-in ballots signed by the same witness using a fake name. There's other voter fraud in Texas. Since 2005, the Office of Attorney General successfully prosecuted 534 instances of fraud against 155 individuals, etc., etc. I can go through county by county. In Medina County, Texas, 4 people, including an elected justice of peace, were charged in February with 150 counts of election fraud. The charges included ballot harvesting and illegal voting. I can go example by example. Now, were all of those examples I just gave enough to turn an election? Texas, I don't know. That's the point. We would like to know wherever that truth may lead, in whatever state, in whatever county, wherever that takes us. But those are the facts. So when somebody comes forward and says, hey, I think we ought to have voter ID. I think we ought to have voter ID or a way to attach an individual to a mail-in ballot. Suddenly that's voter suppression, right? So suddenly Major League Baseball walks in and says, I got an idea. Let's pull out the All-Star game from Atlanta, Georgia, where we could celebrate Hank Aaron, which is a 50% black city. Let's go move it over to Colorado and to Denver, which is a 10% black city. And let's pat ourselves on the back for being so exceptionally with what's going on in the world. Let's move the All-Star game to Colorado. Why? The laws that were put on the books in Georgia this year that were being voted on in Georgia would basically make parity with what Colorado already has on the books. This is the kind of debate we want to be able to have. Can we just like all agree? Let's get a whiteboard up, put the facts up of what these things are, what these bills are, what these laws are, and then at least be debating from the same sheet of music. I'm going to have a few more things to say. I know I have some colleagues here that I want to be mindful of their time. The mindful of time, I digress there a little bit because I was hearing my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. But election integrity is so critically important right now, and I've got colleagues from Texas who are completely abandoning their duty, say state legislature colleagues, to be clear, who are abandoning their duty to represent their constituents in the state of Texas in the legislature and have a full-throated debate about SB 1 and HB 3, the current bills in the legislative session, special session in Texas, and have come to D.C. So they're not doing their job. And look, man, I generally want to flee D.C. to go back to Texas. It's rare that I usually want to flee Texas to come to D.C. But these Democratic members of the Texas legislature have fled Austin to skip out on working in the Texas legislative session, have an open debate, and they're coming to D.C. to sit down with the vice president to go push and promote H.R. 1 or other bills to say we need to federalize elections instead of actually doing their job. Which brings me to my point. I'll say a few things here and then I'll recognize my colleagues. At some point, we have to decide, what is it that is actually sacred about what we are doing here as a nation and as a body. Our borders right now are wide open, opioids skyrocketing, massive numbers across the border. I'll get into some of these details in a minute. We do it, I've done it before. We've got schools that are teaching so-called anti-racism. I walked through the Austin airport today and saw the book by Ibram Kendi, the anti-racism book, or the title. I saw it sitting there in the bookstore, book people. I didn't see a whole lot of conservatives. I saw that book sitting there in the front. On page 19 of that book, he writes, quote, if racial discrimination is defined as treating, considering, or making a distinction in favor or against an individual based on that person's race, then racial discrimination is not inherently racist. The defining question is whether the discrimination is creating equity or inequity, and if discrimination is creating equity, then it is anti-racist. Interesting definition of discrimination. Not sure that fits within the Civil Rights Act, but I'll leave that for another discussion. But what I'm saying is we are heightening the level to which every single aspect of our lives is taken through a political lens. Every single thing. I'm asking my staff to look at every hearing that this body has had since the beginning of January and tell me what percentage of the hearings has had a focus or something to do on race or on sexual orientation or an issue in that type of framework. I guarantee you, I don't have to count them. That number is going to be massively high. I'll just go ahead and stipulate right now without having done any counting. The percentage of hearings that this body has held, the percentage of the hearings that is focused on race or on LGBTQ issues, sexual orientation, those issues will be extraordinarily high as a percentage. Okay, go. The majority believes that's where our focus should be. While we just spent $6 trillion, while inflation is running through the roof, while small businesses can't hire people, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this, because assuredly they've got small businesses in their district, or they go to the restaurants, or they go to the places like I've gone to, and they can't hire people because we're paying people more not to work for the.
Responsibility whatsoever to do that. If there's going to be advertisement on my channel, it will be from me because I am the person who operates the channel. You understand that? You hear what I'm saying? So please do not take it upon yourself, whether you are a newcomer or a super fan. All right? It is not your place nor your job to be doing advertising on my behalf on my channel. That means it's not your job to try to rally people to contribute, to try to rally people to become members, to try to rally them to do anything. That's my job. And every once in a while, you'll hear me mention it. Right now, and I'm about to have that segment on my very pre-stream where I tell you guys the ways you can contribute and support the channel. All right? Now, the reason I'm saying this is because there's been, the last week or so, apparently people having issue with a certain stream chatter, and this stream chatter has been doing this, and people are finding it obnoxious. Okay? In addition, trolls have latched onto this stream chatter. All right? And now are saying, oh, look, what we're going to do is we're going to...
After the inauguration, the president signed a number of secret memorandums stating that he wanted the release of advanced technology, that and a lot of this technology was involved in the space program, and he was very aware of it. We know that President Trump is aware of advanced technologies because his uncle was the one who went in and cleared out the safe of Tesla after his death. So we are fairly sure that President Trump grew up bouncing on his uncle's knee, hearing stories of free energy. Aside from the Secret Space Program Alliance, we have a different alliance. It is made up of all of these countries that have been fighting against this cabal for 50 years or so. It is also made up of various military groups that have broken away from the cabal, such as elements of the United States military intelligence groups have broken away and have been participating with a lot of other breakaway groups in trying to overthrow the cabal who took over the United States back in the 1960s, around 1963. This alliance, Earth Alliance, began to get more and more organized. And they got organized to a point to where some of them approached some generals and told them that they wanted to do an open coup in the United States. These generals decided they would make one last ditch attempt to get rid of the cabal legally. And that's when they approached Trump, allegedly, to run for president and allow them to legally get the country back.
The alliance is an international group. It is a confederacy. There are lots of different factions, some of which agree, some of which do not agree, about the only thing that they all have in common is they want to see this satanic, pedophile, elitist cabal come down in flames. They do not want these people trying to kill off most of the planet, trying to control all of this immensely high technology. The alliance also consists of a surprising majority now of personnel in the U.S. military and in the U.S. intelligence community. So we're going to have to deal with the fact, sooner or later, and probably sooner, that not everybody in the government is bad. This is part of the psyop that was put out through movies and through media to get us to completely distrust all levels of society, all of the institutions, so that no one will ever be able to oppose these people. You're not going to do this by a bunch of keyboard warriors on the internet. They're not going to actually take the solid action that needs to be taken. What you do need to see is what we now are counting up in August 2018 as 45,000 sealed indictments. Now, this is on the official U.S. government court record. You can go to the pacer.gov website, which lists all of the lawsuits and all of the indictments filed in all of the different districts in America, and just count up the sealed indictments. The official count, the undisputed count, is 45,000, and the normal number for any given year is approximately 1,000. Now, this is a very, very big story that people are really not seeing exactly how awesome this is. Let's talk about, what do you have to do to get a sealed indictment? Okay, a sealed indictment is the result of a secret grand jury proceeding. Now, what is a secret grand jury? A secret grand jury requires a panel of 12 to 23 U.S. citizens who are then given information and testimony from a prosecutor. The prosecutor is prosecuting a particular individual who is not invited to the proceedings, has no idea this is going on. And in legal terms, that's called ex parte. So he or she is testified against by the prosecutor, and then the jury has to decide if there is sufficient cause to prosecute this person, in which case they file a sealed indictment. The indictment stays off the record.
Somebody had called the dog and did not want to give me the dog. They said they want to give it back to the owner, so I'll be cleared.
And then they get to have the regular trial by jury with a judge. But you have to understand that the prosecutor is either a federal U.S. attorney, a county district attorney, or a state attorney general. These are big, big league players. This is not some attorney that you hire in Podunk, okay? These are major players creating major indictments.
And the reason why they do it this way
is that they're
in the area of Greenwood and River. 1 in 3 report a dog that was taken from a friend's house yesterday. However, they did not have the exact address, and the caller was not in the area.
So that when
Was on
they
the way to
unseal the
work.
indictments, everybody gets
Call
arrested
back
at
with
once,
more information.
and there's no
So
ability
with
for
the
them to tip each
911 at
other
this
off
time.
when something happened, so that the rats can flee off of the sinking ship. They all get nailed at once.
The phenomenon known as Q, or QAnon, came onto the scene at the very end of October 2017. And what essentially occurred is that a
I have an hour left. I'm in
that
my way to
called
St. Mary's.
themselves Q began posting on anonymous online image boards called 4chan and 8chan. And what they were posting was a lot of questions, a lot of suggestions, a lot of very interesting and intriguing data sets that essentially laid out a real-time takedown of the deep state by alliance and white hat groups behind the scenes.
As the QAnon briefings recently stated, these indictments are going to be like Watergate times 1,000. We've never seen anything like this in the history of the world. Some of the most recent QAnon briefings, which our insiders have told us is coming from the Alliance, have said that there are many, many figures in the controlled mainstream media who are in these indictments as well. So Harvey Weinstein is just the beginning. And isn't it interesting that when Harvey Weinstein was finally arrested, in his hand he had the biography of Elia Kazan, who was a guy in early Hollywood history who was brought in during the McCarthy investigations and sang like a songbird and ratted out many other people in Hollywood. And Weinstein has now said he is doing the same thing and that everybody in Hollywood was doing the same stuff that he was doing. So he was upset about why he got singled out. So once these indictments become unsealed, this will be the fulfillment of the mass arrest scenario that I have been leaking on my website since 2009.
Only 2 indictments that we've had unsealed so far involve the cult group NXIVM, the founder of NXIVM, Keith Raniere, and one of his understudies, the actress Allison Mack. These are the only 2 unsealed records so far. And their unsealed indictments actually labeled child sex trafficking.
We're back to service. More important this time, she's going to call back later.
A hotbed of cult activity, of ritual abuse, and of child sex abuse. So if these are the only 2 records that have been unsealed so far, and they are taking down names of this caliber with charges of this caliber, we can only imagine what the rest of these unsealed indictments are going to show us.
This is nothing new. It didn't start with the QAnon briefings, has nothing to do with who's president of the United States right now. This is a decades-long effort in the making, and they have tried and tried and tried in various ways to get this to work. They've had consistent failures, and now they're being much more systematic and much more methodical. It's all going to be done legally. All of the indictments are totally bona fide, and it's just that once this finally happens, it will be something we have never seen before in all of American history. A true second American Revolution.
One of the things I learned as an FBI agent is it's not that I learned to believe in conspiracies more. What I learned to know is when I am caught up in a river of deception and everybody else around me is being taken on the same current, and we're all being taken in one direction, and suddenly one guy has to stick his head up and say, this isn't right. This is all wrong. We're all just being fed garbage, and we're not being told the truth. Well, how is it that technology in today's age, our technology has moved forward by leaps and bounds?
I know 911,
Yet,
911 cell only, tower location only, 395 north, 13,000 west, there's no background. We'll disregard much again further.
100 years, and we're still using fossil fuels to fill up our gas tank. How is that possible? That has not moved forward hardly one iota. I mean, they blend the stuff sometimes, but I mean, essentially, that technology has been stuck for 100 years.
All hail Queen Pelosi and her icy scepter she uses to probe the body politic. The House Speaker today making it official. All House members must once again wear masks on the floor. I wish they were those kinky, eyes wide shut kind. Wink, Nance. Many Republicans are furious, but if you question the Speaker's judgments, she thinks you're a moron. Pelosi made the announcement today after the congressional doctor, Conrad Murray, gave her the recommendation, and of course she sided with him. A number of Republicans said they've had enough, including Texas Congressman Chip Roy, who exploded with Texas rage. Watch this.
We have a crisis at our border, and we're playing footsie with mask mandates in the people's house. I mean, it's absolutely absurd what this body is doing, the people's house. It's an embarrassment. It's a mockery. And the American people are fed up. They want to go back to life. They want to go back to business. They want to go back to school without their children being forced to wear masks, to be put in the corner, to have mental health issues. And the Speaker comes down here at 10 o'clock in the morning saying, we got to wear masks in the people's house? While we've got thousands of people pouring across our border and Democrats don't do a darn thing about it, we are absolutely sick and tired of it, and so are the American people. This sham of an institution is doing nothing for the American people, nothing for the betterment of the people that send their representatives here.
He's masked as hell. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy also said it has nothing to do with science. It's all political. So this morning, the Speaker called McCarthy a moron. And then reporters later asked her about that. Why?
To clarify something from earlier, is Kevin McCarthy a moron, and if so, why?
To say that wearing a mask is not based on science, I think, is not
wise, and that was my comment.
Ooh, there's a difference between being not wise and being a moron, Nance. The reporters then questioned McCarthy about the insult, and he politely asked, quotes, well, if she's so brilliant, can she tell me where the science in the building changes between the House and the Senate? That is a valid point because there is no mask mandate on the Senate floor. And as you may recall, this isn't the first time Pelosi has done this. The past spring, she fined any member who didn't wear a mask in the chamber. 3 Republicans are now suing Pelosi to get their fine money back. Ralph Norman, Marjorie Taylor Greene, she's a wingnut, and our friend Thomas Massey here to discuss Kentucky Republican Congressman and House Judiciary Committee member Thomas Massey himself, author of that lawsuit. So you sued the old bird, did you?
Yeah, this is kind of delicious because a year ago she called me a dangerous nuisance on television. Not a moron, but a dangerous nuisance. So we filed in federal court here in Washington, D.C. It's unconstitutional what she did. She's trying to use our salary to modify our behavior. And the 27th Amendment says you can't do that. You can't vary a member's salary. And there's another part of the Constitution that says you can only vary the salary based on a law. Now, a law has to pass the Senate and be signed by the president. But as you put it, she's Queen Pelosi, and she's doing whatever she wants. And she goes in there without a mask in the speaker's chair. I mean, it's only, the lowly, backbencher Republicans that will have to wear the mask or pay the fine. So, but this isn't about us, Kennedy. This is about what's going on in the rest of America. It's not about $500 for 3 congressmen. It's about this is going to happen to our school children and to people who are just going to work and to members of the military. And we're standing up for them with this lawsuit.
And, we're talking about vastly different Americas because Northern California, from whence Queen Nancy arrived, in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, very different parts of the country, and people view the virus differently, and they also view the mandate.
204 press line,
right.
number
The virus
107.
doesn't view a cloth mask any differently in California,
Number 204,
Washington, D.C.
Or between the Senate and the House, does it?
Step 1.
That's right. This is the same doctor giving advice for the Senate and the House. Yet how is it we end up with mask fines in the House? It's somewhat ridiculous. And we're ready to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. I don't know if we'll win or lose, but I think we're going to win. And when we do, this is really going to hem in the power of the speaker to control members using their salary.
Because, you do have a point there, that it's one thing to issue a fine, and I'm sure she's within her right to do that, even though these could be arbitrary rules. But how are you supposed to pay the fine traditionally? I mean, should it come out of your paycheck?
They have
Well, she can send me a bill to Kentucky, but good luck trying to collect it. She's not going to get it. Another prong of our lawsuit, which is really important, is the First Amendment.
They'll be on the pharmacy side.
Speech. Kennedy, do you realize the only place they fine you in the House of Representatives is in the chamber? As soon as we walk out and leave the chamber and go in the hallways or our offices, there's no fine. It's all about theater, and if you're on TV, you could get fined, but if you're not on TV, you don't. So we have a First Amendment case here too. She's trying to compel our speech. The mask is a symbol. She's trying to
Who's nuttier, Matt Gaetz or Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I love them both.
411 South Maple. Rampart 411 South Maple.
Just Tomash left. I feel like you've been in no man's land. I feel like you've been adrift.
Here's my analogy. Look, in the race for craziest congressman, I used to lead a few laps now and then if Louis Gohmert would go get a set of tires. But now I'm struggling to stay on the lead lap, and I'm just drafting.
Hey man, as long as you're on the side of liberty and rationality in the Constitution, I'm fine with it.
Visual for vaccine reactions.
By the way, crazy is an endearing term to me up here in Washington, D.C., where everybody that's normal, frankly, is not good for America.
Do you think it's problematic that half of Republican Congress people will not disclose whether or not they've been vaccinated?
No, I think it's nobody's business. And what I also think is crazy is that they think I should ritually take a needle in my arm on a TV show and demonstrate to people that I'm willing to, take the sacrament. It's almost a religion, but it should be a personal choice and it should be a private choice. I'm not anti-vax. I am vax choice.
All right. Well, I choose to not curtail my life because people have chosen to not be vaccinated. So I am sick of these blanket lockdowns and mandates because there are so many people who won't get the jab. I got the jab over and over and over again. I'm about to talk about that. Oh, go ahead. Last word, Congressman.
Natural immunity should count for something, and as we're seeing, it's actually more resistant to the variant. Don't go out and get infected, but if you've already survived it and you have proof of antibodies, then, you know, there's a consideration whether you need the jab or not.
Yeah, I quit licking doorknobs about a year and a half ago. But yeah, I'm pretty happy where I'm at. Congressman Thomas Massey, thank you so much.
Thanks, Kennedy.
Ooh. President Biden's cybersecurity push. Yesterday, he ordered his administration to develop cybersecurity goals for critical infrastructure sectors in the U.S. This includes electric utility companies, chemical plants, nuclear reactors, water and wastewater systems, and financial services. All of this after a string of ransomware attacks this year, including on the largest fuel pipeline in the United States. Joining me now, South Carolina Congresswoman, member of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Oversight and Veteran Affairs Committees, Nancy Mays. Congresswoman, will this make a difference?
Miss Al from 33 Berry Lane.
Ransomware attacks, cyber attacks.
From James Draper. He called one, remember, did the driver's license bureau.
It's just a memo.
No problem.
I'm calling it a memo to sell with some future goals. There's no meat on the bones here. And look,
History of one animal.
Last year in 2020, there were 11 federal agencies that were hacked by organizations aligned with Russia. We saw with the Colonial Pipeline earlier this year how devastating that hacking was. There were Chinese actors that hacked Verizon, and we could go on and on, but cybersecurity is national security, and it doesn't seem like it's a real true priority right now. Just this week, I worked with Democrat Ro Khanna on legislation. I'm hoping it will come to the floor for a vote in the House today or tomorrow before we recess. And that particular measure, the Federal Rotational Cybersecurity Workforce Program Act, and would allow our federal agencies to operate more like a business and a bureaucracy with rotating cyber resources around the federal agencies. And so we need to take further steps to ensure both the private and public sector are protected against these hackers. It's a major, major issue and is affecting all of us.
You've introduced your own bipartisan bill to address these issues, and along with Congressman Ro Khanna, what does this bill do? What does it do beyond what the president is doing?
Well, it would allow federal agencies to operate more like businesses do in the private sector, allowing rotational workforce individuals and employees to go around and work at different agencies and use and learn and utilize what they've learned, the technology assets they've learned in those jobs. Being rotational allows them to take on broader skills and learn more at their job and while they're working. That's what a lot of the private sector does. There are other things we should also be doing in cyber. A lot of times when companies are hacked, they're often sued or fined by the federal government. And that's something that I wish the Biden administration would address and allow us to work on some of those issues. We have, companies that get hacked spend millions of dollars investing in their businesses to protect their customer data. We've also got to protect the American people's data, and the rotational workforce program would allow us to do that, would allow us to use ideas and resources, much like a business would, but doing it in different federal agencies.
I just want to send it back and say what you
to the Senate moving forward on that $1.2 trillion infrastructure package. There were 17 Republicans that voted yes on it, and some notable Republicans that said heck no. Rick Scott, a no. Ted Cruz, a no. Tim Scott wrote this: I voted no on infrastructure a week ago because there was no legislative text. My mind hasn't changed. There's still no legislative text or explanation on how to pay for a $1 trillion infrastructure plan. He tweeted that about 11 hours ago. Some of the ideas on paying for it are, well, typical budget gimmicks like extending cuts to future Medicare spending that never happened. However, what's in it for the Republicans in this? What is the offset? What did they get in return?
I'm 21 people.
Yeah, nobody knows.
Switch this to apartment 3, 411 South Maple, apartment 3.
No one really knows what it'll look like effect at the end of the day. They had a cloture vote last night on a bill that doesn't exist. So I'm sort of like, forget human infrastructure. This is ghost infrastructure. They're going to be debating and voting on this measure likely tomorrow. They'll have markup next week. But the bill literally doesn't exist. It's not worth the paper it's printed on right now. And there's some things I saw outlined. I was following Twitter last night because that's how I had to learn about it. There were no, I guess, Nancy Pelosi's bipartisanship is to allow no House members, including the ranking member and chairman, to be part of those bipartisan negotiations. I think that's wrong. But there's some things that concern me in what I've seen. More money invested in Amtrak than literally almost anything else in this supposed package. Also, electrical vehicle charging stations. That could be an entire sector in the private energy industry. I don't know why the government wants to take it over. And then we just don't know how we're going to pay for it. And there's over $1 trillion floating around of COVID relief funds that haven't been spent yet. Couldn't we use some of those dollars?
About $200 billion would be used to pay for this new infrastructure package. Joseph Pinion is here. I know he wants to jump in. Joseph?
Yeah, absolutely, Congresswoman. I mean, to that point, we're talking about $1 trillion that has not actually been spent on COVID relief that had very little to do with COVID. You talk about the imminent threats of infrastructure. In many ways, in order to address a problem, you have to acknowledge the problem exists. How do we get people to kind of walk away from the peak stupid happening in the swamp, where we understand intuitively that these individuals in Russia are hacking at the behest at the Kremlin, not in spite of the Kremlin. These individuals in China are hacking at the behest of the Chinese Communist Party, not in spite of them. This is what's happening right now. These are people acting effectively at the behest of the government, and our government seems to want to pretend that their government knows nothing is happening.
Right. They want to issue memos and have verbal slaps on the wrist. And I sort of liken it to this right now with Russia and China. The United States can't get out of the locker room right now, and China's out there bench pressing 200 pounds and on supplements. We need to be stronger on Russia and China regarding hacking and cybersecurity, both in the public and private sector. We need to do more to support businesses when they do get hacked, rather than sue them and fine them, allow them the ability and the resources to ensure that that data is protected in the future. Give them those resources. And it's really confusing to me. This is why Congress is hated. This is why some of us up here hate Congress. Voting on measures we don't know anything about. We don't even know what specifically is in the bill.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace, thank you so much for that. Making moves on infrastructure. After weeks of back and forth, senators agreeing to a $1.2 trillion bipartisan infrastructure package, which includes $550 billion in new spending. Here's some of what we know. $110 billion to roads and bridges, $73 billion electric grid updates, $65 billion for broadband expansion. The vote came in at 67-32. The Democrats are already threatening to squash that bill without the $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill. We heard that from Joe Biden even. At one point, he walked it back. And then we heard it from House Speaker Nancy Pelosi repeatedly. Joining me now, Iowa Senator and Armed Forces Committee member Joni Ernst. Also joining the conversation all morning long, Mark Tepper and Joseph Pinion. Senator, you voted against this, did you not?
Yes, I did. And I haven't seen the text of the bill yet. And so for me to decide whether it's the right move for Iowans or not, I really need to see what's in the bill and the impact it will have to my great state of Iowa. No doubt about it, there's a lot of good things that will be in the bill. Infrastructure is really important to all Americans. But again, I need to see the text of the bill and make sure that the Democrats haven't slid any provisions in that would be unacceptable to Iowans. So let's review the bill first before we actually proceed on it.
It's Tim Scott. He also was a no on this, along with
Ted
Cruz. Tim Scott put this out on Twitter about 12 hours ago. He voted no a week ago because there was no legislative text. My mind hasn't changed. There's still no legislative text or explanation on how to pay for the $1 trillion infrastructure plan. Also, what are the Republicans getting out of this? Is there, the Wall Street Journal has written about this, that back in 2015, when the budget deal was inked, there was a trade between Republicans and President Obama on energy policy. What are Republicans, and I don't mean political gain, but I mean, say, green light in the Keystone XL pipeline, you know, making a move or making it easier, getting rid of some of the regulations on, or the things in the way, the hurdles for infrastructure implementation. What say you,
Right.
Senator?
Right, exactly, Dagan. This is something that we need to know, and we really don't know that. But what I would like to see is a bipartisan deal that provides solid infrastructure, what we typically think of as infrastructure, our roads, our bridges, our waterways, even broadband. I think that's important. But what are we getting for it? Does it mean that the Democrats would drop their crazy, reckless tax and spending bill at the cost of $3.5 trillion plus on our American taxpayers? We don't have that, and President Biden has stated that he wants to go forward with that human infrastructure bill, and we hope that maybe there will be some common sense Democrats that say, wow, we've been able to get a bipartisan infrastructure bill.
Who and what the papers were for, so we didn't have that information. It looks like you tried it. You want to give me
Sounds like you're optimistic about an infrastructure bill, and you talk about the importance of it. However, politically, you will hand President Biden and all the Democrats a win ahead of the midterm elections, and then the Republicans won't be able to talk about spending juicing inflation, because that will then be used against you. That if you try to blame the Democrats for the rising inflation, well, you kind of own some of that as well.
Yes, and that's correct. And the federal government has been spending way too much. And we do see inflation that has shot up just over a year ago. And it's not been a slow, steady increase in inflation. It's been a sharp increase in inflation because of federal spending, because of the federal government pushing money out into people's bank accounts, into the economy when there are no goods and services to be purchased. So it's an incredibly, really difficult decision that people will have to make. But once again, you know, if we can get a common sense bill done, that's great. But what we shouldn't be doing is spending dollars without knowing what those pay-fors are, how we're going to eventually rein in the spending. We have a debt ceiling vote that will be coming up very soon as well, and we can't continue on the path that we are on.
Senator Joe's opinion wants to jump in. Joe?
Senator, thank you so much. Obviously, we know for a fact that there's over $1 trillion of the $6 trillion in COVID relief bill that had very little to do with COVID, backloaded with lots of giveaways for blue states. Is there an appetite, you think, in the Senate to try to see if we can reappropriate some of those unspent funds? Because to your point, it seems more logical to spend the trillion we haven't spent and already printed than just go ahead and try to see if we're going to print $4.5 trillion more.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. And this is money that could be used on infrastructure. There was a lot of dollars pushed out in the partisan package that the Democrats passed at the beginning of the year. A lot of money that has yet to be used is not scheduled to be used until years in the future. All of that should be pulled back in and then used on things that people can actually appreciate, their roads, their bridges. All of that is extremely important. That is what the federal government should spend dollars on, not fancy wish lists and pet projects that the Democrats want to see done. We shouldn't be spending it on the Green New Deal. We shouldn't be spending this on expanding Medicare, further diluting, of course, the benefits that our seniors get. We shouldn't be doing those things. Let's make sure we're using those dollars wisely. So I think absolutely that should be discussed and debated as one of the pay-fors.
I want to move on to President Biden announcing the end to the combat mission in Iraq by the end of the year. Senator, you spoke with Iraq's prime minister yesterday. What did you learn?
Yes, I am a veteran of Operation Iraqi Freedom. I served from 2003 to 2004. I was able to sit down with the Iraqi Prime Minister yesterday, and he does appreciate the troops in Iraq. So they will maintain the troop presence there. The mission will shift, however, to more of an advisory role. He does agree that we need a presence in Iraq, especially when you see ISIS, small cells still here and there across the country, as well as an ever ominous Iran. And I appreciated his statement to the president that the United States is a friend, Iran is a neighbor. So I encouraged him to continue with the friendship that we have, continue developing that, and to continue using us as a strategic partner rather than relying on Iran and others that we may consider near peer adversaries.
Senator Joni Ernst, thank you for being here this morning. Always a pleasure.
Yes, thank you so much.
Welcome back. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi is threatening again on spending. Watch this.
It is important for us to, again, have them pass the bipartisan infrastructure bill. While we are eager for it to pass, we will not be taking it up until the Senate passes the reconciliation bill.
Joining me right now to discuss it is North Carolina Congressman, Education and Labor Committee member, Veterans Affairs Committee member, Madison Cawthorn. Congressman, it's good to see you this morning. Thanks very much for being here. So initially, President Biden pretty much said the same. I'm not going to sign an infrastructure deal, even though we've agreed on it in principle, unless I have a side-by-side bill that includes higher taxes and out-of-this-world spending. But then he walked it back. Now, obviously, it's back on the table, according to the Speaker. Your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts right here is that, one, she knows she has the narrowest majority in really a modern American history. And she knows that she's going to try and get this infrastructure bill passed. She's going to have to tie it to the very, very expensive $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill that has most of these radical left-wing policies so that she can get more of her radical members on board with the bipartisan infrastructure bill, which is very sad that she has to do this, because the problem is this is now taking the one thing that we all mostly agree on, which is that the government has a role to play in building more infrastructure and making it more and more politicized.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible, I think, that she's continuing to pretty much shake down the Congress, saying if you don't do this, we're not doing that.
Ambulance 244 Northeast Avenue for a 63-year-old female who's in pain, unable to move or walk. Ambulance 244 Northeast Avenue, 63-year-old female who's in pain, who's unable to move or walk. Respond on Tuesday, 1251.
Congressman, I'm wondering, you're talking about the Pelosi strategy of pairing these bills in order to bring the radical members of her party along on the infrastructure bill. But what about the other issue? Do you see any moderate Democrats who might say no to the big tax and spending blowout, the $3.5 trillion or $5 trillion, depending on how you look at it? We see Democrats, some of them in the Midwest, not wanting to call
the income X 48 paper.
Their advertising for next year. Is it possible there's enough of a group there to say, no, that's too big, let's scale it back?
North River Drive.
Well, I'll tell you,
Number
unfortunately,
207. Kankakee.
you have representatives like Representative Jayapal, who's on the radical wing, who says, unless you pass this Green New Deal strategy, we're not going to be on board. But unfortunately, those moderate Democrats that you're talking about, they are cowards.
Ambulance using her route 444 Northeast.
Because she says, if you
Okay, just making sure. Thank you. Ambulance 444 Northeast.
lose their actual elections, because it's become very, very clear that the Democrats' policies and strategies are contrary to common sense. Therefore, they have to outspend us by
1037 Hurricane 645 South Michigan Avenue. On the south side of the alley behind the car.
This bill would ban the use of federal funds to compensate airlines that fly illegal immigrants across the country.
For airborne breakdown.
And whether or not you see this passing?
Well, Maria, I'm not sure if I'm going to see it passing in this.
Okay, Cal 528, is this a follow-up from an earlier call, or is this in progress?
The fact that we're going more and more, like $29 trillion in debt, the fact that we have an openly porous border, and the fact that Americans are directly having to pay for these people coming into the country. It's not the fact that, oh, well, they're going to put more wear and tear on our infrastructure. Oh, well, they'll be able to capitalize on free education, or they'll be able to capitalize on free health care in the future.
As for the numbers in the narrative.
As soon as they're processed from the Border Welcoming Committee, which is basically essentially what our Border Patrol is turned into, they are then put onto American Airlines, Delta Airlines, or any other airlines that are operating in the Southwest, and then flown at taxpayer expense. Maria, the real impetus to actually get this bill done is when I was down at the border with President Trump recently, we were looking at just how bad everything was. And my staff was needing to get me back to Washington, D.C. very quickly. And we were having a really hard time finding a flight. They were all full. And so when I did finally get onto an airplane, I got on. I said, wow, there's like 50 seats left in this plane. I can't believe it. It's such a hard time actually getting me a flight back to Washington. But then, lo and behold, another group of passengers came on board who had big yellow envelopes that had a giant city's name written on it, whether it was Boston, whether it was New York, whether it was Los Angeles. And then these people got on. Well, one of them actually sat right beside me, a very cute little girl who I thought was really incredibly kind, and her mother. But then started talking about them, and it turns out that they had just recently immigrated into our country across the border. And let me tell you, I don't think it was legally.
Wow. Oh, so you basically witnessed this firsthand. You were on the flight with all of these illegals. So taxpayers are paying for them to go to their city of choice. Unbelievable. Because let's remember, once they get apprehended, they're legal until they see a judge. They know that. That's why you've got 1 million people coming here year to date. Council, we just a little while ago.
Caroline Levitt,
she's running for office in New Hampshire. You are the youngest member of Congress. She wants to come in at 25. Let me ask you your thoughts. What advice might you have for 23-year-old Caroline Levitt?
Well, one, I met her recently when she was still working in an office here on Capitol Hill, and I will tell you, I'm very happy that she's running for office because, Maria, I gotta say, I need reinforcements here in Washington, D.C. I'll tell you right now, the big problem is that a lot of the establishment GOPs around the country, whenever you'll start going into these primary debates, you know, the people in the GOP will come up to you and say, hey, you know what, son, I really love your passion, I love your zeal, I love all your values. Unfortunately, you really haven't paid your dues yet. You haven't really waited in line yet. And so we need you to just stick around for a little while. Maybe when you're older, you can do it. Well, to Caroline Levitt and to other people who are running in Congress that are young, I encourage you, literally, look in the room and say, who the hell am I in line behind? Because whoever has come before me has left us $29 trillion in debt. We have a poor southern border being made a mockery of on the world stage. We've been in this war for my entire lifetime in the Middle East, and unfortunately, we are spending American treasure and American blood overseas at a rate that is completely unacceptable. It's time that we start doing something different and sending non-cookie-cutter politicians to Washington, D.C. Because if you want to have somebody that has pleated pants and tasseled loafers that will just bend the knee to the radical left, then go ahead and vote for the person that you've been voting for the last 40 years. But if you actually want to make a change, send some fighters to Congress.
All right, Congressman, we'll be watching. Thanks very much, Madison Cawthorn, joining us this morning in D.C.
A host of experience that I think very few people can. Secretary Pompeo has been a soldier. He has been an attorney. He has been a business leader. He has been an elected official. He has run our intelligence, and now he is our chief diplomat. He's also slightly competitive. I found reading about him, everything he does, he wants to do it well. He wants to be best in class. So when he went to West Point, he graduated first in his class. And then when he went to Harvard for law school, he was editor of the Law Review, which is one of the biggest honors for a law school student at Harvard. When he served in the military,
528.
I think thought she was very
I gave her a call and explained to her what happened. I'll be clear.
The Iron Curtain between West Germany and East Germany, and right before the fall of the Berlin Wall. And as we were trying to figure out earlier, he may be, we don't know this, but he may be the first person who's been the head of the State Department, having been director of the CIA. It's what an interesting perspective that would give you. So with that background, is absolutely really it's fascinating background, and I'm incredibly honored on behalf of all of us at Georgia Tech to welcome and please join me for a warm welcome to the Secretary of State of the United States, Secretary Pompeo. Please.
Thanks for that kind introduction. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. I love having the liberal arts dean back there. It was always a big challenge when I was in school, making sure I got the periods and paragraphs, everything just right. I like the math and the zeros and ones. President Cabrera, thanks for the very warm introduction that you gave me today. I want to personally thank you and Lynn for hosting our entire team here. When I come, it's not always simple, and especially in these times, it's even trickier with all the requirements. Thank you for getting that right. And thank you, too, to all the leaders here at Georgia Tech and students. Those of you watching virtually, I appreciate you joining me for what I hope will be a good conversation today. I have some opening remarks, and then President Cabrera and I will have a chance to have a lively conversation. I know we have a couple special guests, some good friends. Former Congressman Phil Gingras here. Phil, good to see you. Senator Chambliss, thank you, too. When I was nominated to be the CIA director, Senator Chambliss was so gracious. He'd spent so much time in the intelligence community. You were so gracious to me to help me figure out what was up and what was down. I deeply appreciate that. It's good to see you. As Senator Cabrera said, I graduated from the United States Military Academy at West Point, studying engineering, although I joke, don't drive across a bridge that I had anything to do with. It's been an awfully long time. Some of my classmates ended up in the Army Corps of Engineers. I happen to command a cavalry unit. But I can tell you math matters an awful lot when you're bore studying the cannon of an M1A1 tank. And I'll say, too, in the State Department, you talked about people leaving this institution going on to careers in diplomacy. One of the first things that came across my desk as Secretary of State was there was an important dam across a bridge in Iraq, and it was in trouble. And we were trying to figure out, could we figure out how to save it? Could we figure out how to deploy resources in a difficult place? And we had the best engineers in the U.S. government, some of whom worked for me at the United States Department of State, trying to figure out the best solution, the best contractor to bring in, how we would do this to protect Baghdad and the downstream places in this historic Euphrates River Valley and the Tigris River Valley from potential flooding should the dam collapse. So all you engineers out there, state.gov, go to the website and take a good look at it. We would welcome your career in the United States Department of State. Now, you know I'm not lost. I know this Georgia the state, not Georgia the country. But it's important that I come here to talk about the topic that I have in front of us today, because this is a place where American national security intersects deeply with the things that happen in important research institutions like this one. I thought I'd start with a quick story by way of explanation. Professor Fei-Ling Wang is with us here today. Professor, welcome. Nice to see you. Several years ago, Professor Wang took a trip to China, where he was scooped up by security agents inside of China. He was held a secret location for 2 weeks. He was interrogated and threatened. He wanted information about his research about China and his time teaching at my alma mater, West Point. And he could tell you the stories better than I could. That they thought they could intimidate him or perhaps recruit him because he's ethnically Chinese. It's a blessing he's here with us today, and thankfully he was released after pressure from the leadership lots of places, including this very university and the Carter Center. The lesson I think that we can take away from this is clear. It's that the Chinese Communist Party wants what we have, and they will do whatever they must do to take it and get it. They will steal our stuff. They will pressure critics of the Chinese Communist Party to keep quiet. They will do whatever it takes. And it's important to come and talk to the American people about this, because Americans must know how the Chinese Communist Party is poisoning the well of our higher education institutions for its own ends, and how those actions degrade our freedoms and American security. If we don't educate ourselves, if we're not honest about what's taking place, we'll get schooled by Beijing. Now, it's taken this country, and indeed the entire free world, a long time to understand the trajectory that China is on today. In fact, we're not quite there yet everywhere in the world.
Hey, Max 23, I'll be at the JC's in Burbank.
Hold accountable for this. That's not the important part. Because for a long time, Republicans, Democrats, leaders all across academia, institutions, commercial space, thought that by trading and engaging with China, that the Chinese Communist Party would reform itself, it would loosen up, it would embrace economic and political freedom, and it would present less risk to freedom around the world. But instead, that's not what we got. Instead, the Chinese Communists used the wealth that was created by this to tighten their grip on power. Their grip on power over the Chinese people.
Unknown 911, Innovel Solutions, 8374 North, 4000 East. In this general area, it was an open line, no voice. History shows same thing of an unknown.
Listen to what he says. He says he wants total control at home and to make China the #1 power abroad. And he's well on his way to working on that project. He's building up the People's Liberation Army. He's manipulating international organizations.
That's what we're going to disregard once we get further.
He's engaging, as we have seen in TV only just these last 2 days. He's engaging in a vast influence campaign all across the world. And that may, for some of you sitting at home today, seem like a long ways away, very ambitious touch.
Over the 17.
For
43 is provided from
I must say, he has his eye on each and every one of us. Over the past year, I've talked to America's governors in Washington about this, state legislators in Wisconsin, tech leaders in Silicon Valley, many other groups. I've gone out to talk to them about this challenge, and today I want to talk about what's happening in schools across America, especially research institutions and places like where I'm standing today. Just think about it. Chinese Communist Party scientists aren't pioneering cancer cures. And it's not North Korean biochemists that are producing safe COVID vaccines. And Iranians aren't ahead in supercomputing. No, in fact, we are. It is the free world and free peoples that produce these superior results. We should be very proud of that fact. We have an obligation to protect it, to preserve it, to make sure that that's the case 10 and 50 and 100 years from now. Because on places like this campus, scientists have pioneered quantum computing, artificial intelligence, pediatric technology, even autonomous robots that can function without human control. And I must say that frightens me. Look, the Chinese Communist Party knows it can never match our innovation. State-owned enterprises, authoritarian regimes, government-centric focus. That's why it says 400,000 students a year to the United States of America to study. 400,000 students a year studying in our universities come from one country. It is why it's so. Much of the high-end industrial base inside of China is based on stolen technology or technology purchased from other nations. It's not homegrown. Beijing doesn't want Chinese researchers to stay here in the United States. Indeed, after they're trained, they want them to come back. They want to reduce their return for the singular purpose of serving the socialist motherland. But the party's propaganda apparatus cannot tolerate pesky Americans or Chinese nationals exposing its bankrupt system, or the fact that the Chinese people can actually flourish when they are in free societies. It doesn't want you to know what I'm about to tell you. Now, let's be clear. I want to be sure that my language is precise today. When I say China, I'm talking about the Chinese Communist Party. I love and value, as we all do, our Chinese American community and the Chinese people that live here in the United States and those that live in China as well. We want good things. And I say genuinely because there's cases like Xin Wang, a researcher at the University of California, San Francisco, who allegedly lied about being a People's Liberation Army officer, all the while collecting information on UCSF labs. The good news is the FBI nabbed him. And Ji Xiong studied electrical engineering at Illinois Institute of Technology in Chicago, tried to enlist in the United States Army. He allegedly admitted his ties to Chinese intelligence, which tasked him with recruiting engineers and scientists where he was working. These are just two examples, but what's more, the Chinese Communist Party employs dollars just as much as it does cloaks and daggers to get its hands on valuable knowledge. There are many American scholars, often doing research funded by American taxpayers, that have been lured into the Chinese Communist Party's talent recruitment programs. The CCP pays them what is for them a fortune to do research related to their current fields for or in China, and then often uses the fruits of their brainpower to build its military strength. A researcher from my home state of Kansas was caught up in this trap. It was the Harvard Chemistry Department. The Director of National Intelligence.
Can't come extra be out of Riverside, monthly papers. No need for status.
Replicate and replace. But I want to add another article to the DNI's list. I want to add repress. Yang Zhuping, a student from China, delivered a commencement address at the University of Maryland back in 2017, just a couple years back. She praised the fresh air of free speech. She was soon demonized and harassed by CCP propaganda outlets. I promise you, while I cannot tell you everything, that was no coincidence.
Can't comment on two or
said of the CCP
Okay, let's just.
in 2018, quote, they
291 South Hickory, Mantino. 291 South Hickory, Mantino.
Overseas democracy activists and dissidents. And they are particularly interested in the activities of Uyghurs and Tibetans. End of quote. Some of the CCP's biggest victims on campus are innocent Chinese nationalists themselves. And this is a tragedy. We have a responsibility. Another example, at Princeton, just this year, students in a Chinese politics class were forced to use code names on their work, lest the CCP discover their identities and prosecute them for free expression of views on Hong Kong and the CCP under its draconian new national security law. That's right here. This happens right here in the United States of America. American students talk about safe spaces as shelter from ideas they dislike.
Hey, Kevin, Kilo Ambulance 71 from District.
To learn the ideas that they love.
Okay.
Students from China at American universities also live in fear that their families back home will be arrested, will be interrogated, tortured,
23 or
because of the things they say in an American classroom. The CCP doesn't just target Chinese nationalists. They want to influence American students as well. Professors and administrators too. They know
23 or
left-leaning college campuses are rife with anti-Americanism and present easy targets for their anti-American messaging. They planted Confucius institutes on their campuses. And President Trump, our State Department has made very clear these Confucius institutes are literally up to no good. Many have gone away. Many campuses have seen that, and they've chosen to close down these institutes. Right here in Georgia, Wesleyan College still has them in Macon. Look, it's why there are groups on campuses called Chinese Student Scholars Association here too. They're directed and almost always funded by the Chinese embassy or local Chinese consulate. They keep tabs on students and press pro-Beijing.
That'll be clear. Order was served with the date of birth on the original order was incorrect. It was correct date of birth in the narrative.
Administrators, school faculty would be more up in arms about the Chinese Communist Party's outright theft and flagrant violation of freedoms that I would describe.
No, 70s and out. Heritage was.
Well, why?
70
Why do schools censor themselves? They often do it out of fear of offending China. Indeed, I must tell you that MIT wasn't interested in having me to their campus to give this exact set of remarks. President Raphael Reif implied that my arguments might insult their ethnic Chinese students and professors. But of course, nothing could be further from the truth. The very people that this set of remarks is intended to protect.
I'm gonna be at 2064 South Highland Road, checking on those traps again.
Her feelings plays right into the Chinese Communist Party's hands. They
Okay.
watch America closely. It's what the party says constantly in response to legitimate criticism around the world. You can see it. And how would the party know?
And Court Harrison is hiding his son's ATV was taken. He now sees it in the back of a vehicle parked at the courthouse on Merchant.
Cries of racism, xenophobia should never drown out a candid exposure of the activities of the Chinese Communist Party. But we see too often on American campuses that their silence and censorship is driven by the Chinese Communist Party usually boils down to something far less idealistic. So many of our colleges are bought by Beijing. Let me tell you about
Airport 43, favorite.
She's a permanent resident of the United States of America. She's originally from China and is a senior at the University of Washington. In October of 2017, so just on 3 years ago, she returned to
It's gonna be
China.
in a white F-150.
Local authorities put her in a re-education camp.
13 will be around.
Re-education camp for 5 months. And under house arrest,
13, 31, and 22. Can't come
using a
on
virtual
scene.
private network connection to connect to her school's website. Something many of you are doing even as I speak. Back here, we saw this. Our State Department team, Vera's mother, Bob Fu, a great friend of the Chinese people, desperately petitioned the University of Washington.
Scotty, take off.
But the University of Washington, a woman named Sarah Castro,
That's why I got it. Nothing showing so far.
she said that the university wouldn't help because of a multi.
We're trying to get the caller to flag you down.
Now,
I got him here. He's pulling up.
Vera was eventually released and returned to the United States. But no thanks to the University of Washington. And no thanks to the deal that they had made with the Chinese Communist Party.
1019 for subject needing to report to subject practice.
Education over the last years has found that schools have taken an estimated $1.3 billion from China since 2015. That's just what we know about. Like so many, Columbia, so many schools that have failed to report the true amounts. What more?
11 from 31. That
What more bad
ATV is GOA now.
because they're hooked on Chinese Communist Party cash. What professors will they be able to co-opt to silence? What theft and espionage will they simply overlook? What business deals will get done as a result of it? Look, there's a lot of work to do, and I have laid out a pattern and practice that every American needs to know about. And we need to begin to respond to this sooner rather than later, and our administration has begun to do that, but there is an awful lot more work to do. We cannot allow this tyrannical regime to steal our stuff, build their military might, brainwash our people, or buy off our institutions to help them cover up these activities. We cannot let the CCP crush the academic freedom that has blessed our country and blessed us with great institutions. The place that I'm standing today. So we need students, faculty, administrations all across America. We need trustees to police their balance. And the deals the universities are striking with the CCP and CCP-backed groups. We need administrators to close Confucius Institutes and investigate what the so-called student groups backed by the CCP money are actually up to on their campuses. Government will help, but we need people to assist us. We need researchers to be vigilant against fraud and theft, and the academic community to reject the CCP's financial.
Number 11. You're 17 may be a language barrier.
To truly stand for free speech. The free speech for themselves, those who grew up here in America, and especially the free speech of Chinese students who are on our campuses, who are here to study and learn to improve their rights, their lives, and to enjoy the fruits of the freedom that we provide them here in the United States of America. Look, we need you all to stand power and solidarity when administrations exert pressures on censorship.
My partner was the one that spoke to him and couldn't get much out of him. That's where I'll be out 10:18.
Let's do this. forward a banner of freedom to defend our schools. What these institutions were built upon will aid our national security. And from the central threat of our time, the Chinese Communist Party. President Cabrera, I'm looking forward to our vigorous conversation. And thank you all for your attention this morning. May God bless the state of Georgia and the United States. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Appreciate you coming here and really, you bring so many important and incredibly difficult questions for us. So you know that Georgia Tech really have
King County Ambulance 70s on scene, Heritage Woods, phone room 226.
Okay.
King County Spring. There with 7 serve.
So we take issues of protection of our ideas and intellectual property at the same time, we attract amazing Chinese students. So undergraduate and graduate students, some of whom are very academics and contribute to making American science and technology the way you described it, the most competitive in the world. So help us figure out a way, how can we then find these similar and compatible objectives? Continue to leverage that advantage of bring all the talent in without putting our national interest in.
So it's an exact right question. And it is not a simple thing to answer. But what I can say with certainty is that we've had the balance completely wrong for decades. That is, we had an open spigot for these risks to be present in our system without the balance and checks that are required. And so you see, if you watch what the Trump administration has done with respect to this, it's different because of the virus. But in 2021, 2022, there'll be 350, 360,000 Chinese students that come to America. We want these students here. There has to be a process. There has to be a rigorous evaluation. And some of that is the responsibility of the United States government to undertake, and we have to do a better job of doing that. But we need institutions, too, that are transparent, that are clear, that are following the requirements of U.S. Department of Education requirements, the requirements to make sure that U.S. property rights are protected in the way that you just described. If you have someone invent something, we want the fruits of that effort to benefit the United States of America and not end up being used to surveil American citizens in cities all across the world. We've had the balance fundamentally wrong because there was this notion that there was no cost connected to permitting the risk that the Chinese Communist Party identified, the opportunity that they saw, and the efforts they have undertaken. You all would have seen a few months back now. We want Chinese diplomats to be here engaged in diplomacy, but the Chinese Communist Party was using their consulate in Houston as a den of spies. And for an awfully long time, the United States just said, we're not going to do it. Unacceptable. It's unacceptable to the American people from a national security perspective. It's unacceptable to the people of Houston and the businesses that are there, that these so-called diplomats are out stealing their stuff. And so we did the work. We collectively, the United States government did the work, identified the problem set, and solved the problem. This is the model the model has been for an awfully long time. It's a big country. There's enormous economic opportunity by engaging with them. Let's just do that and hope things turn out well. It's too dangerous.
K31, you said?
We only need to listen to General Secretary Xi Jinping's vision for global hegemony and the capacity that he has developed to actually execute. He has capability and intent. Those are the things that present risk to America, and so we have a responsibility to take on these hard problems, to protect American freedom, to welcome citizens who want to come study at our universities from all across the world, but do so with an eye towards making sure that we do all the things that we have, are duty bound to ensure that we protect.
So thank you. In terms of, I myself came to this country as an international student. I grew up in Spain. I was lucky enough to get a Fulbright scholarship, one of the wonderful programs of the United States State Department, and I experienced it personally how thousands and thousands of smart young people around the world, they dream of coming to a great American nation. That's it. They don't dream to go to somewhere else. They want to move there. So always sensitive to, again, being smart about the way you described it, about protecting our interests, and at the same time not sending a message that would somehow weaken that future.
No service.
We have first
You
picks.
can lift out
We have
another
first
one.
draft picks every year. Smart people around the world,
Yeah.
we get to choose first. So how do we, continue to send that message? Wait a minute, we want smart people. So given that you're our first number one salesman, that's, I guess, part of your job description.
I think I just sent exactly that message. This is why I'm here. We want these students. But when they're here, it can't be the case that they live in fear. These institutions, you have an obligation to protect these students as well. These students are returning home to suffer.
Go ahead.
A Fulbright student coming in from some country ought not be returned to their home country and to suffer from the jackbooted thugs.
Yeah,
now
center
want to
line,
take the
second
information that
line.
they got, send them back into the United States, only to have them just take a little bit more information that they're going to hand
The
off
green
to
camera.
the Chinese MSS, their security apparatus, or the People's Liberation Army, their formal military team, or to the Chinese intelligence services. This is not the best of America. We have a responsibility for those Chinese students too, in addition to the duty that I described to protect American national security. We have an imperative to get this right. And when we do, I'm convinced that this will still be a beacon. The number of American students studying in China in 2021, I didn't refer to, very small. Why? Yes, why? Why is that? It's because if you want to be a technologist, if you want to be an innovator, if you want access to capital, if you want to be around a network, an ecosystem of innovators to create the next great whatever it is you want to go create.
Okay, how much is it before?
In the United States of America, we cannot forfeit that capacity.
The capacity is that?
The Chinese Communist Party to infiltrate our research institutions and take that away from us. After all it is, the American private sector, the taxpayers of the state of Georgia have invested in preserving, promoting, and building out this enormous capacity. It's we've lived in a bit of a fantasy world for the last 40 years. It is time for the balance to be struck to both maintain a competitive advantage and protect the American advantage from the threats that the Chinese Communist Party has clearly stated they intend to, the cost they intend to impose on us.
So I have the data. In fact, this is your data. This is the open doors.
I know it well. Yes.
I know it, by the way. Keep this. This is the best source of information we get in a year. And speaking of imbalances, that's another imbalance I wanted to discuss with you. Right. So we get about, give or take, we get about 1 million international students in the U.S. every year. About half of that comes from China and India. A third, more than a third, like 35%, is from China. Then when you turn the page, you're absolutely right. The number of American students that go to China is not even the number one destination, is 11,000. So here's what I'm thinking. Okay, you've been business man. So you land in Shanghai, you go to a boardroom to make a deal. And it turns out that the guys on the other side of the table, they speak English, they know our culture, they watch our movies, they laugh at our jokes, they know all about us. In most cases, we know very little about the culture. Shouldn't we be sending vastly larger number of American students to China? culture, and not to stay there and set up
West of ACD 95 at 7011 East 4th Street.
But to learn about China, don't you think that would be a good idea?
There was an enormous knowledge gap, enormous knowledge imbalance. I would agree with that. I would tell you that we work very hard at the State Department. We are nowhere near where we need to be to have enough Mandarin speakers so that we can understand, even at the most senior diplomatic levels in the United States, that we have the capability to watch and read what's coming out in the Mandarin language.
Come 540.
So it is an enormous undertaking.
Where you go ahead?
You talked about this as an imbalance. One of the central theses of our policy with respect to China these past 4 years has in fact been about reciprocity. So imagine now you're a company here at Georgia Tech and you want to go build out a business in China. If you want to sell to the 1.4 billion people there, you need to make an investment. The rules for you to invest there are radically different than some young person in China who would like to come invest here in Atlanta. It's not right. We need fair and reciprocal rules when it comes to foreign direct investment. We need fair and reciprocal rules when it comes to press reporting. So one of the reasons we know so much less about the Chinese culture has less to do with the number of students and the fact that the person who is a credentialed Western reporter inside of China is an enormous imbalance. We've tried to take that out. The Chinese propaganda outlets here in the United States that were running free and clear, while valid U.S. media companies that wanted to report on what was taking place. By the way, at an incredibly important time when the Chinese Communist Party was permitting the export of a virus around the world. And they couldn't get to the places that they needed to get to find the information that would have been very valuable for the United States to have had in a timely fashion. So there's enormous information that's attached to that. I talked about one reason there's only 11,000 students traveling to China. It's that they don't want them there.
Come 31.
They don't want Americans. Why? Because when Americans go to a college campus, you've seen it. I
10 from 1019, I have a report on file.
Jogging, running, talking, fun, inquiring, doing the things that we do in a place, a democracy, a republic like our country.
Good. From Ryan Cooper, 593 Willow.
And so there's an imbalance.
Initially, it was 22 feet in the area, 593 Willow. Just getting his dog out of the car. There's no problem. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
In the South China Sea. I can go through the list of places where we have for decades the Chinese Communist Party had an exception to every international rule. So the World Trade Organization, an important institution to make lives better for jobs for people right here in the state of Georgia. Nearly every country participates in single way. The Chinese Communist Party says, no, we're special. We should be a developing country. With a set of trade preferences that benefit China enormously. And what the Americans just decades, this isn't partisan. Political parties just said, we're gonna let that pass. They can't pay more. And this is
I'll be at 405 East Bethel Drive, 405 East Bethel Drive,
China
Urban 8.
comply with the same set of rules that every other nation is asked to comply with. And when we do, America will be safer and more secure. America will be more prosperous. Our allies, partners from Southeast Asia and South Korea and Australia and Europe, they'll be safer and more prosperous.
Okay, come 539 for service. Roughly good fuel.
Sovereign nations compete on a fair and level playing field. It happened in academia. It happened in the
39.
space. If we get that right, America will be just fine.
So let me bring the talk about something that I know may be of particular interest to many of our students, which is the role of science and technology in American diplomacy. And given that we are in the center
King County, Email 7010 patient loaded.
Okay.
Nice paper, sir. Simple.
What is the role of scientists and engineers and technology to drive influence and shaping American communication? You have folks like us around in this thing? I mean, what is that?
We do. We have them in a handful of places. The two most prominent, we have a science and technology group, and then we also have a huge group of folks that are what we call our economic team, led by a fellow named Keith Kroc, invented a company called DocuSign out in Silicon Valley, keen to join the State Department to make sure that the United States and China had a set of common understandings around technology. So we spend a lot of time on this. So I'll give you one vertical, one space where we work really hard. So the Chinese Communist Party, when it competes around the world, has an enormous advantage. It has state sponsorship of nearly every one of their significant enterprises. A young entrepreneur here from Georgia goes out there on their own. They've got to raise their own capital. Somebody's going to want return on that investment. They've got to make money. They've got to pay their workforce. Not so in China. Not so. Many of the companies they will come to compete against will have government funding, direct government funding, not a grant that we might provide to a research institute, but truly will be a state-owned enterprise. It's deeply unfair to the American people and presents enormous risks to American national security as well. And so we set about in one space, I'll call it the communications tech space, to challenge the presumptive global winner, a company called Huawei, that was dominating the next generation of technology, 5G technology. They didn't win it because they were the fastest and the best. They won it because ultimately they delivered a solution to countries that was cheaper because they had the backing of the Chinese Communist Party.
Here, count 520, and I'll be on top on 9. 28.
This had an enormous national security risk that I'd seen in my previous role, but it had an enormous commercial risk that we wouldn't be that the West, that the rules-based system wouldn't be the victor in 5G technology. It's incredibly important. And so we set about traveling the world, telling the story that says if you have software hardware that comes from Huawei, you are handing the data of your citizens to the Chinese Communist Party and the people.
This is really kind of 85 West 6. 85 West 6 color states that Chevy pickup truck, black in color, with a male came down the street and was yelling at the caller.
Their law requires the company to turn this information over to them. And so it's going to happen. So parents, think twice before you do this. But we have a responsibility as government to protect our citizens. And so we set about doing that and helping.
Can't come in 1 2 1/4.
At first, we bet on deaf ears because there was a product that was cheap. The Chinese Communist Party showed up to subsidize it. And so it was efficient for governments to put these systems, routers and servers into their systems. We today have over 60 countries that have said we're not going to permit that to happen. 27 out of 29 EU countries. I think number now is 67% of the globe's GDP has forsworn technology that is not trusted, right? Mandating trusted vendors. And when you limit yourself to trusted IT communications infrastructure vendors, you are by just simple math excluding vendors connected to the Chinese Communist Party. So we've prevailed. We've created space for entrepreneurs, for Ericsson, for Nokia, for companies that will abide by simple rules of protecting data privacy for citizens all across the world, who will operate in a way that is a true straight-up commercial transaction, who will not provide access to this information to their host countries' militaries on a continuous and repeated and non-voluntary basis. We've fundamentally made that change. The State Department led that effort. We're proud of what we have achieved. We still have more. When I say we have 60 countries, I think we have 130 telephone companies. In many countries, the access to this communications is driven not so much by the government, but by the dominant telephone company inside of that country. We've got 100 plus telephone companies that have forsworn any all but trusted vendors. This is where technology, innovation, and diplomacy come together to make America be more secure and more prosperous. It's a good story. There's an awful lot more work to do in lots of spaces.
So,
That's
also one of those incredibly difficult questions to solve. I guess that's there's not something to say to try to figure out these balances. But So there are areas of research, in technological research that clearly are of a competitive nature. Right?
Lincoln 4, check your status.
Fighter jets.
Everything 10-4, I'm clear from this address now.
System to be better than everybody else's. We want our companies to have products before anybody else. But there are areas of science that are global in nature, right? And the coronavirus is the perfect example, right? At this point, honestly, who cares? Who comes up with the cure first or the vaccine? What we want is, whatever 3 billion, 4 billion people to get a vaccine. In fact, the sooner the Chinese sequence the virus and make that available, the sooner we all could start working on the new RNA vaccine and DNA vaccine. So again, how do you balance the competitive nature of some research areas with the fact that in many of the big questions that we deal with in this species, we're not in this together, right? These are global threats that we all face, and we want smart people everywhere, even in China, to help us figure out.
This policy isn't restrictive, but this advancement in civilization best takes place in the context of the rule of law, the liberal international order, sovereign nations, the protection of property rights, all the things that our founders knew so well.
We're paging out Bourbon Fire for a fire alarm at 398 North Roy Street, the apartment complex. The caller is a tenant, but not sure which unit it's coming from.
Meantime,
Okay, we have your route. The caller is a tenant. They're not sure which unit is coming from, but they see no smoke or fire.
I've seen it. I've seen American technology linked up with technology that was manufactured and developed inside of India, linked together to serve people in destitute places in difficult parts of Africa. Watched it improve their lives. And each step along the way, it benefited from the fact that there was someone out there operating in an ecosystem.
With traffic, re-advise.
Respected the rule of law, respected property rights.
Okay, thanks.
Permitted commerce to take place. Contracts were honored. If something went amiss, there was a court system that one could resolve.
Okay, 528.
This is the West. The West isn't a place. It's a concept. It's an idea. This is the
He's
West.
calmed down. He's 10-4.
The challenge that's here on campus that I spoke about.
10-4, 528. He calls back. Or to call his grandma. He refused all assistance.
And an authoritarian model that has been adopted by the Chinese Communist Party with the sole intention of spreading it as the predominant model around the world. With all my heart, I can tell you that is not in the best interest of people anywhere, including inside China.
So let me, if you don't mind, switch gears a little bit and get somewhat personal. I know many of our students are thinking about careers and career choices. And earlier I joked that you think they're able to take a job.
I hope you're referring to this one.
No. No, but I feel like we could make the joke because I feel somewhat in the same place. I've changed, I've done years. As you look back and try to make sense of your career again, in a minute, business leader, these experiences inform even the way you carry out your job now. This is a one-of-a-kind job you have. If you look back, how did those experiences inform, make you carry the things?
If you stare at it in hindsight, one could argue that there has been a progression, that each path that I've had put in front of me has prepared me, put me in a better place to be, capacity to be more effective in the next job that I took on. I think that's true. I didn't set out on that path, and no one could dream that Secretary of the United States of America, for goodness sake. Although I am mindful, President Trump is the 45th president. There's a lot more turnover than there is in his. I always think back to what my father taught me. Wherever you find yourself working today. I tell young people, I get asked by young people all the time, how do you be successful? And the answer is, I have seen successful people who are lazy, but not very many. Those people who find success, however they define it,
Just be aware that call 1019 reference to Northgate. It should be a follow-up because she said she had already talked to PD and he was arrested. She's just trying to find out why he was released, and she's getting information that's telling her that she would drop charges, and she says she didn't.
I have not found that work, not just for myself, but all the others.
Okay, I'm aware of this all.
In the end,
Very well, really.
if you work hard and do well, opportunities will present themselves, not every day and not always.
Alright, that's what she's there for, just find out, follow up, and find out what she needs to do, what her options are.
Task that you have in front of you and do it really, really well.
Okay, 545.
There's nothing like one's reputation, capacity,
Service A out of
understand
10th
the character
Street.
of who you are, and you only get to build that
What's that, pretty fast?
every day. So whenever you find yourself
Okay, got 544.
truth, even when sometimes it is
544.
difficult.
I'll be in service row, thanks to the conversation, roll call.
For me, keeping my faith. If you do those three things, that's what I told myself. Tell the truth, work hard, keep your faith.
15, okay.
The world will come.
Okay, go 517.
517.
I'll be out PD for training.
50. Still make turns. So you make it like your children, you said, you go to law school, all the other stories.
540, 560. You want to come down to the roll call?
Wichita people.
I was really lucky in that sense, is that I was in a play. I always
45.
had these chances, and I was prepared to take risk. Right, so I had a job, practicing law, and one of the boards, myself and my two other best friends in the whole world said, let's go start a business. We didn't really know what it was going to be. And we decided we'd
545.
jump off on this. So you also have to be prepared when you see something where you have a passion to go pursue something and you believe you have a skill set.
Unknown 911, 143 feet from 2821 South, 4950 East Road. Had a voicemail and callback.
So, then maybe back to your current job. Obviously, it's interesting. I think in one of your speeches, you described that you were taking a pretty significant shift back to the China policy. Mm-hmm. Now you have this job. How likely are we to see some of these stay beyond January, or are we going to see another 180 degree shift? And some of you are not necessarily part of them, right?
I don't think a single thing.
I'm just clear, folks. I'll handle that call on 4950.
Reflected a partisan viewpoint, but rather relied on the data set. So I don't think, frankly, what I said today was particularly
I'm 21. I'll be clear, folks. I'll be now.
Number 21. My partner just made contact. Spoke with that Berlin, Bittman. Confirming that 2821 South, 4950 East Road. No problem.
The world. I think there's an increasing awareness of this challenge. So,
Confirm. Is he doing work here?
I was in a NATO meeting with my
Temporary with a tree service company.
Earlier last week.
Confirm. I'll just do a drive-by. I'm not too far away.
The challenge of the Soviet Union was very focused on confronting the Soviet Union and then Russia. But today, NATO is challenged by cyber threats, space threats, disinformation threats from the Chinese Communist Party.
Clear narrative.
So we, the United States, have worked for in a long time to convince NATO to focus on this. We spend an hour and a half of our roughly 4 hours with NATO.
Tax 343 your status.
Chinese Communist Party. And I say that as an exemplar of the fact that I think this challenge is now widely recognized. And so I think whoever has the burden and the opportunity of being president of the United States, just in February of 2021, February of 2025, 29, 33, I think every one of those leaders will feel the challenge and recognize they have a duty and responsibility to confront this in a very real way. I think our administration, President Trump, should be given credit for having faced this. It would be the first administration to truly identify this. We did it in 2017 in what's called an obscure document called the National Security Strategy, but we identified this challenge very clearly And we have begun to do what every institution does when there's a challenge or an opportunity to move our resources and our focus to confront that primary challenge. I think this will be policy for the United States and in
21, just information. We spoke with Erwin Beckman, Beckman Business Services. He's working at Bob Hook's residence. He stated, no problem.
You've been awfully generous, and I can tell you is I really appreciate you and your service. I know how intense your job is because I know some of the people who work with you and run around the world chasing you. And regardless of how people feel about policy, I think we all need to agree that we appreciate public service. We appreciate what you do for the country, and we thank you very much for spending some time with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And thank you all.
Can't come 706 1041.
Park.
You can go ahead and say, I just drove by, there's no problem. It's been verified.
Okay.
Okay, 8:13 second shift, we had to the unit 279. Okay.
Good. Received a 911 call from a cell phone showing 309 feet from 725 North Kinsey. They appear a lot of shuffling in the background, possibly a pocket dial. Voicemail on callback.
Four.
Go ahead.
I'll be at 1355 North Arthur Verge, lot Q7. 1355 North Arthur Verge, lot Q, Queen 7.
Sir. $52.
Go ahead.
All right.
How far you can disregard? Go ahead. No problem, pulse detector, returning. Goodbye. Can you come 801? 801. I'm going to be 10-6 courthouse, drop off his work. That's okay. We had a 911 from a 911 on the cell phone with a tower location. It rang in twice. History on the 911 is showing 153 South Oakdale for Maria Toledo. Shots fired 256 East Willow through shots fired. We're trying to get further. And no smoke or flame showing. All available units. Automatic fire alarm at 748 North Greenwood in the second floor hallway. Called in by a resident. No smoke or flame. On the page 1357. Respond on city fire. Okay, not sure. Sorry. 10 shots. Okay, you can put car 6 route, 748 North Greenwood. 10 for car 6 heavy route. Engine 5 also. Engine 5 and on. Ambulance 1 and route. Ambulance 1, 748 North Greenwood. Comic 52, you text me to city shot fire call from the area.
Okay, 52.
Go for car 6.
So we did just have reports of shots fired at 256 East Willow.
Okay, simple. Okay, comment 4. Ambulance 2 in route, 748 North Greenwood.
Engine 4, you know, 2 route.
26 Alpha.
Engine 6 in route.
Can't count 516. Can't count 52. A couple guys on scene said they heard the shots block south, be closer to like Reed's Runnel.
Okay.
Large 2-story multi-unit apartment. I got nothing showing right now from 3 sides. I'll be out investigating. Car 6 will have Greenwood come in.
Yeah, for car 6 on scene, nothing showing. Heavy in command.
Units that can go to Reed. Talk to them, please. Talked to them already. They said that it was 2 blocks north of their location. That's not the
Down 4.
Protecting the area. I'm sorry. Doing 5 on the scene.
Peace.
Can't come. Do we have any colors on this? Just shot spotter. Just shot spotter.
Everyone okay?
Resident on Sycamore said it was further south of here.
Go ahead.
Okay, from 6-1, not that for golf cart registration. Yeah, tire cracks in this open field where shot spotter is putting the 10 rounds. Hey, ambulance 1 available.
Ambulance 1 available.
Engine 5 returning.
5 returning.
Yeah, no ambulance 2 is available.
Available.
Chicago with no injuries. Down 411, you can clear. On the passenger. Can't come car 6.
But
Did we get in touch with Oler?
I just got off the phone with her. She has a maintenance subject en route. He should be there fairly soon. He's coming from somewhere in the city.
Okay, thank you. Can't come. Just be advised, there's no fire problem here. This is called the smoke detector. I'll be hanging out shortly until the key holder maintenance man shows up.
Received. All available units. Automatic fire alarm at 421 South Main Avenue for an upstairs fire alarm. No smoke or flames. The wall feels warm. All available units. Automatic fire alarm at 421 South Main Avenue being called in by a resident. Smoke alarm going off upstairs. No smoke or flames, but a wall feels warm. Time of page 1404. Respond on city fire.
Okay, go into 4, Route 421 South Main.
Engine 4 route.
Engine 5 responding, 421 South Main.
Responding.
Engine 6, 421 South Main.
6 en route.
Ambulance 1 en route.
Ambulance 1 en route.
1 2 en route.
2 en route.
Okay, car 5 will respond to 421 South Main.
Car 5 heavy responding.
5, car 6, I'm going to be delayed slightly. That's your suit. 4 clear from the scene. Let's keep the fence. Yeah, 440 North Cleveland, Bradley. 440 North Cleveland, Bradley.
Please.
Here's the East Little. R5, just advise you listen to the audio. Sound like a train going down. Sorry. Gunshot me. One more area and then we're going to clear. Okay. Okay, I'm first shift T21. You can show me clear.
As we all know, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, they released a
maintenance is taking over here. You can place myself available. I'll be heading to the 421 South Main.
The findings are damning. This is why the Board of Serpents is refusing to argue the findings in front of a judge under oath because they know. Now, they said after that first initial big recount of the balloons, they're going to do a couple more, which they did 2 more. And they are completely and totally done with the balloons as of yesterday.
today they are returning them all to the county. Now, according to the Epic Times and what they've got from Karen Fann, Senator, the Senate President, they are now putting a final report together of the balloons and the findings of the balloons and the final
Engine 5 investigating the Hasbro
also, they said we are now shifting our focus onto getting the remaining stuff like the passwords, the routers. That's why there's more subpoenas. They said we are now all. She said a lot of focus was going into the balloons.
Okay, that will be using
that
outside.
energy to focus solely on the remaining factor of the investigation. To get everything else that we need and take any steps necessary. So now we are just waiting for the final report. August, I believe first part of August, it will be here. Now imagine if in the preliminary report already what they found, imagine what the final report is going to say. Now for those that are, kind of glad, but it's taken so long, Karen, she explained this in an interview with the Western Journal. She said, we are making sure that we're crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's. Maybe that's vice versa. Who cares? English is my second language.
I'm hurry up with Engine 5 for the
She said,
investigation.
because we know when we have the result to overturn things, everybody and their mother are going to sue us. So we are being extra careful, taking our time, and putting everything together so that when we are in court,
that address. Okay.
Because one little mistake, even if you got all the evidence, you made a mistake in putting the evidence together, you will lose. And see what happens. Make sure to subscribe, like, comment, share another. Let's get the truth out there. I'm going to keep following these stories. You guys know what I do. Patriot immigrants. Immigrants for Trump. Immigrants. God bless.
At U Break iFix, we diagnose any electronic device for free and promise to keep you informed every step of the way. Our trained technicians are equipped with the knowledge to get your device back.
536 is all complete.
So what should we make of Simone Biles pulling out of the Olympics for her so-called
All right, there's no
mental
problem here.
well-being? Should she be
Engine 5 can
celebrated
handle.
or
Everybody else
smeared?
can return.
Well, this video, we're going to take a look at the controversy that's erupted over what Biles did and the reasons behind it. You're going to have the opportunity to tell us exactly what you think in the comments section below, and stick with me to the end of this video when I reveal why, in the midst of all of this criticism, Simone Biles only has herself to blame. You're not. You don't want to miss this. Greetings, everyone. Dr. Steve Voodoo. Great to be with you. As always, we are your daily fake news antidote. As each and every day we provide patriotic analysis to help you to think better so you can feel better in these crazy and turbulent and insane times. I am good for your mental health, okay? So if you haven't already done so, you know what to do. Make sure to smack that bell and subscribe button. Before we begin, gang, this is your last chance to get the special deal offered by our sponsor, the Arctic Breeze 3-in-1 air cooler. It's a mini air conditioner unit that's small and compact enough to put right on your desk. It's got 3 different wind speeds and USB connectivity. It's going to be powered by multiple devices. And if you click on that link below today, last time, they're offering this little gem at 50% off plus free shipping to boot. 50% off, gang, free shipping. So don't wait. Click on that link below right now or go to easysummercool.com and order your own personal portable AC unit today. All right, gang, let's dive right in here. As I'm sure you all know by now, Simone Biles, the defending Olympic champion who has been heralded by the ultra-left sports media as the single greatest gymnast of all time, officially withdrew from the Tokyo Olympic Games so that she could, again, according to the ultra-left sports media, so she could focus on her, quote, mental well-being. The decision came on the heels of Biles dropping out of the team final following a lackluster performance on her first and what would end up being her only rotation. In pulling up, I'll
4552
quote. This is
crossing the economy in.
I wanted it to
28
be for
extra,
myself.
or
I
correct,
came in and felt like I was still doing it
14,
for the people.
8453,
That just hurts my heart that doing what I
14,
love has been kind of
8453,
taken
the
away
Silver
from me
Chrysler.
to please other people. U.S. Gymnastics Association put out a rather forced tweet in response saying, after further medical evaluation, Simone Biles has...
Calling Locust on Zebra 759195. Z759195, Silver Honda, 1 time. Hey. Yeah, man, 2-0. 2-0. We'll be out with 48. And, hang on. Good. And will you call Part 2 at JCDC? Good. Okay, come 706 10 for the warning.